Part 4. Cthol Murgos. Chapter 19. They had been in the darkness for days. The single dim light Relg carried could only provide a point of reference, something to follow. The darkness pressed against Gerion's face, and he stumbled along the uneven floor with one hand thrust out in front of him to keep himself from banging his head into unseen rocks. It was not only the musty-smelling darkness, however. He could sense the oppressive weight of the mountains above him and on all sides. The stones seemed to push in on him, as he was closed in, sealed up in miles of solid rock. He fought continually with the faint, fluttering edges of panic, and he often clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. There seemed to be no purpose to the twisting, turning route Relg followed. At the branching of passageways, his choices seemed random, but always he moved with steady confidence through the dark, murmuring caves where the memory of sounds whispered in the dank air, voices out of the past echoing endlessly, whispering, whispering. Relg's air of confidence as he led them was the only thing that kept Garion from giving in to unreasoning panic. At one point the zealot stopped. "What is wrong?" Silk asked sharply, his voice carrying that same faint edge of panic that Garion felt gnawing at his own awareness. "I have to cover my eyes here," Relg replied. He was wearing a peculiarly fashioned shirt of leaf mail, a strange garment formed of overlapping metal scales, belted at the waist and with a snug-fitting hood that left only his face exposed. From his belt hung a heavy, hook-pointed knife, a weapon that made Garion cold just to look at it. He drew a piece of cloth out from under his mail shirt and carefully tied it over his face. "Now why are you doing that?" Dernick asked him. "There's a vein of quartz in the cavern just ahead," Relg told him. "It reflects sunlight down from the outside. The light is very bright." "How can you tell which way to go if you are blindfolded?" Silk protested. "The cloth is not that thick. I can see through it well enough. Let's go." They rounded a corner in the gallery, and Garion saw light ahead. He resisted an impulse to run toward it. They moved on, the hooves of the horses Hetar was leading clattering on the stone floor. The lighted cavern was huge, and it was filled with a glittering crystal light. A gleaming band of quartz angled across the ceiling, illuminating the cavern with a blazing radiance. Great points of stone hung like icicles from the ceiling, and other points rose from the floor to meet them. In the center of the cavern, another underground lake stretched, its surface rippled by a tiny waterfall trickling down into the upper end with an endless tinkling sound that echoed in the cave like a little silver bell, and joined harmoniously with the faint, remembered sigh of the singing of the Ulgos miles behind. Garion's eyes were dazzled by color that seemed to be everywhere. The prisms in the crystalline quartz twisted the light, breaking it into colored fragments and filling the cave with a multi-hued light of the rainbow. Garion found himself quite suddenly wishing that he could show the dazzling cave to Tenedra, and the thought puzzled him. "Hurry," Relg urged them, holding one hand across his brow as if to further shade his already veiled eyes. "Why not stop here?" Barak suggested. "We need some rest, and this looks like a good place." "It is the worst place in all of these caves," Relg told him. "Hurry." "Maybe you like the dark, but the rest of us aren't that fond of it." He looked round the cave. "Protect your eyes, you fool," Relg snapped. "I don't care for your tone, friend." "You'll be blind once we get past this place, if you don't. It has taken your eyes 2 days to get used to this dark. You'll lose all of that if you stay here too long." Barak stared hard at the Ulgo for a moment. Then he grunted and nodded shortly. "I'm sorry. I didn't understand." He reached out to put his hand on Relg's shoulder in apology. "Don't touch me," Relg cried, shrinking away from the big hand. "What's the matter?" "Just don't touch me. Not ever." Relg hurried on ahead. "And what is the matter with him?" Barak demanded. "He doesn't want you to defile him," Belgariad explained. "Defile him? Defile him?" "He is very concerned about his personal purity. The way he sees it, Barak, any kind of touch could soil him." "Soil? He's as dirty as a pig in a wallow already." "It's a different kind of dirt. Come, let's move on." Barak strode along behind the rest of them, grumbling and sputtering in outrage. They moved into another dark passageway, and Geryon looked longingly back over his shoulder at the fading light from the glowing cavern behind. Then they rounded a corner, and the light was gone. There was no way to keep track of time in the murmuring darkness. They stumbled on, pausing now and then to eat or to rest, though Geryon's sleep was filled with nightmares about mountains crushing in on him. He had almost given up all hope of ever seeing the sky again when the first faint cobweb touch of moving air brushed his cheek. It had been, as closely as he could judge, 5 days since they had left the last dimly lighted gallery of the Ulgos behind and plunged into this eternal night. At first he thought the faint hint of warmer air might only be his imagination, but then he caught the scent of trees and grass and the musty air of the cave, and he knew that somewhere ahead there lay an opening, a way out. The touch of warmer air outside grew stronger, and the smell of grass began to fill the passageway along which they crept. The floor began to slope upward, and, imperceptibly at first, it grew less dark. It seemed somehow that they moved up out of the endless night toward the light of the first morning in the history of the world. The horses, plodding along at the rear, had also caught the scent of fresh air, and their pace quickened. Relg, however, moved slower, and then slower still. Finally, he stopped altogether. The faint metallic rustling of his leaf mail shirt spoke loudly for him. Relg was trembling, bracing himself for what lay ahead. He bound his veil across his face again, mumbling something over and over in the snarling language of the Ulgos, fervent, almost pleading. Once his eyes were covered, he moved on again, reluctantly, his feet almost dragging. Then there was golden light ahead. The mouth of the passageway was a jagged, irregular opening with a stiff tangle of limbs sharply outlined in front of it. With a sudden clatter of little hooves, the colt, ignoring Hetar's sharp command, bolted toward the opening and plunged out into the light. Belgariad scratched at his whiskers, squinting after the little animal. "Maybe you had better take him and his mother with you when we separate," he said to Hetar. "He seems to have a little trouble taking things seriously, and Cthol Murgos is a very serious place." Hetar nodded gravely. "I can't," Relg blurted, turning his back to the light and pressing himself against the rock wall of the passageway. "I can't do it." "Of course you can," Aunt Paul said comfortingly to him. "We will go out slowly, so you can get used to it a little at a time." "Do not touch me," Relg replied almost absently. "That is going to get very tiresome," Barak growled. Geryon and the rest of them pushed ahead eagerly, their hunger for the light pulling at them. They shoved their way roughly through the tangle of bushes at the mouth of the cave. Blinking and shading their eyes, they emerged into the sunlight. The light at first stabbed Geryon's eyes painfully, but after a few moments he found that he could see again. The partially concealed entrance to the caves was near the midpoint of a rocky hillside. Behind them, the snow-covered mountains of Ulgo glittered in the morning sun, outlined against the deep blue sky, and a vast plain spread before them like a sea. The tall grass was golden with autumn, and the morning breeze touched it into long, undulating waves. The plane reached to the horizon, and Geryon felt as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. Just inside the mouth of the cave, behind them, Relg knelt with his back to the light, praying and beating at his shoulders and chest with his fists. "Now what is he doing?" Barak demanded. "It is a kind of purification ritual," Belgarath explained. "He is trying to purge himself of all unholiness and draw the essence of the caves into his soul. He thinks it may help to sustain him while he's on the outside." "How long's he going to be at it?" "About an hour, I'd imagine. It's a fairly complicated ritual." Relg stopped praying long enough to bind a second veil across his face on top of the first one. "If he wraps any more cloth around his head, he is likely to smother," Silk observed. "I had better get started," Hetar said, tightening the straps on his saddle. "Is there anything else that you wanted me to tell Kohag?" "Tell him to pass the word along to the others about what has happened so far. Things are getting to the point where I would like everyone to be more or less alert." Hetar nodded. "Do you know where we are?" Barak asked him. "Of course." The tall man looked out at the seemingly featureless plain before him. "It is probably going to take us at least a month to get to Cthol and back. If we get a chance, we'll light signal fires on top of the eastern escarpment before we start down. Tell Kohag how important it is for him to be waiting for us. We do not want Murgos blundering into Belgariad. I'm not ready for a war just yet." "We will be there," Hetar replied, swinging up into his saddle. "Be careful in Cthol Murgos." He turned his horse and started down the hill toward the plain with the mare and the colt tagging along behind him. The colt stopped once to look back at Geryon, gave a forlorn little whinny, then turned to follow his mother. Barak shook his head somberly. "I'm going to miss Hetar," he rumbled. "Cthol Murgos would not be a good place for Hetar," Silk pointed out. "We would have to put a leash on him." "I know that," Barak sighed, "but I will miss him all the same." "Which direction do we take?" Mandaralan asked, squinting out at the grasslands. Belgarath pointed to the southeast. "That way. We will cross the upper end of the vale to the escarpment, and then go through the southern tip of Mishrach Thul. The Thuls don't put out patrols as regularly as the Murgos do." "Thuls do not do much of anything, unless they have to," Silk noted. "They are too preoccupied with trying to avoid Grolums." "When do we start?" Dernik asked. "As soon as Relg finishes his prayers," Belgarath replied. "We'll have time for breakfast then," Barak said dryly. They rode all of that day across the flat grassland of southern Belgariad beneath the deep blue autumn sky. Relg, wearing an old hooded tunic of Dernik's over his mail shirt, rode badly, with his legs sticking out stiffly. He seemed to be concentrating more on keeping his face down than on watching where he was going. Barak watched sourly, with disapproval written plainly on his face. "I'm not trying to tell you your business, Belgarath," he said after several hours, "but that one is going to be trouble before we are finished with this." "The light hurts his eyes, Barak," Aunt Paul told the big man, "and he is not used to riding. Don't be so quick to criticize." Barak clamped his mouth shut, his expression still disparaging. "At least we'll be able to count on his staying sober," Aunt Paul observed primly, "which is more than I can say about some members of this little group." Barak coughed uncomfortably. They set up for the night on the treeless bank of a meandering stream. Once the sun had gone down, Relg seemed less apprehensive, though he made an obvious point of not looking directly at the driftwood fire. Then he looked up and saw the first stars in the evening sky. He gaped up at them in horror, his unveiled face breaking out in a glistening sweat. He covered his head with his arms and collapsed face down on the earth with a strangled cry. "Relg!" Garion exclaimed, jumping to the stricken man's side and putting his hands on him without thinking about it. "Don't touch me," Relg gasped automatically. "Don't be stupid. What's wrong? Are you sick?" The sky," Relg croaked with despair. "The sky, it terrifies me." "The sky?" Garion was baffled. "Well, what's wrong with the sky?" He looked up at the familiar stars. There's no end to it," Relg groaned. "It goes up forever." Quite suddenly, Garion understood. In the caves, he had been afraid, unreasoningly afraid, because he had been closed in. Out here, under the open sky, Relg suffered from the same kind of blind terror. Garion realized with a kind of shock that quite probably Relg had never been outside of the caves of Ulgo in his entire life. "It's all right," he assured him comfortingly. "The sky cannot hurt you. It's just up there. Don't pay it any attention." "I cannot bear it." "Don't look at it." "I still know it's there. All of that emptiness." Garion looked helplessly toward Aunt Paul. She made a quick gesture that told him to keep talking. "It's not empty," he floundered. "It's full of things, all kinds of things, really. Clouds, birds, sunlight, stars." "What?" Relg lifted his face up out of his hands. "What are those?" "Clouds? Well, everyone knows what—" Garion stopped. Obviously, Relg did not know what clouds were. He had never seen a cloud in his entire life. Garion tried to rearrange his thoughts to take that into account. It was not going to be easy to explain. He took in a deep breath. "All right, let's start with clouds, then." It took a long time, and Garion was not really sure that Relg understood, or if he was simply clinging to the words to avoid thinking about the sky. After clouds, birds were a bit easier, although feathers were very hard to explain. "Ul spoke to you?" Relg interrupted Garion's description of wings. "He called you Belgarian? Is that your name?" "Well," Garion replied uncomfortably, "not really. Actually, my name is Garion, but I think the other name is supposed to be mine, too. Sometime later, I believe. When I'm older." "All knows all things," Relg declared. "If he called you Belgarian, that's your true name. I will call you Belgarian." "I really wish you wouldn't." "My God rebuked me," Relg groaned, his voice sinking into a kind of sick self-loathing. "I have failed him." Garion could not quite follow that. Somehow, even in the midst of his panic, Relg had been suffering the horrors of a theological crisis. He sat on the ground with his face turned away from the fire, and his shoulders slumped in an attitude of absolute despair. "I am unworthy," he said, his voice on the verge of a sob. "When Ul spoke, in the silence of my heart, I felt that I had been exalted above all other men. But now I am lower than dirt." In his anguish, he began to beat the sides of his head with his fists. "Stop that," Garion said sharply. "You'll hurt yourself. What is this all about?" "Ul told me that I was to reveal the child to Ulgo. I took his words to mean that I had found special grace in his eyes." "What child are you talking about?" "The child, the new Gorham. It is Ul's way to guide and protect his people. When an old Gorham's work is done, Ul places a special mark upon the eyes of the child who is to succeed him. When Ul told me that I had been chosen to bring the child to Ulko, I revealed his words to others. They revered me, and asked me to speak to them in the words of Ul. I saw sin and corruption all around me, and I denounced it, and the people listened to me. But the words were mine, not Ul's. In my pride I presumed to speak for Ul. I ignored my own sins to accuse the sins of others. Relg's voice was harsh, with fanatic self-accusation. I am filth, an abomination, he declared. Ul should have raised his hand against me and destroyed me. That's forbidden, Garion told him without thinking. Who has the power to forbid anything to Ul? I don't know. All I know is that unmaking is forbidden, even to the gods. It's the very first thing we learn. Relg looked up sharply, and Garion knew instantly that he had made a dreadful mistake. You know the secrets of the gods? The fanatic demanded incredulously. Well, the fact that they're gods doesn't have anything to do with it, Garion replied. The rule applies to everybody. Relg's eyes burned with a sudden hope. He drew himself up onto his knees and bowed forward until his face was in the dirt. Forgive me my sins, he intoned. What? I have exalted myself when I was unworthy. You made a mistake, that's all. Just don't do it anymore. Please, get up, Relg. I am wicked and impure. You? I have had impure thoughts about women. Garion flushed with embarrassment. We all have those kinds of thoughts once in a while, he said with a nervous cough. My thoughts are wicked. Wicked, Relg groaned with guilt. I burn with them. I'm sure that Ul understands. Please, get up, Relg. You don't have to do this. I have prayed with my mouth when my mind and heart were not in my prayers. Relg, I have sought out the hidden caves for the joy of finding them, rather than to consecrate them to Ul. I have thus defiled the gift given me by my God. Please, Relg. Relg began to beat his head on the ground. Once I found the cave where the echoes of Ul's voice lingered. I did not reveal it to others, but kept the sound of Ul's voice for myself. Garion began to become alarmed. The fanatic Relg was working himself into a frenzy. Punish me, Belgariad, Relg pleaded. Lay a hard penance on me for my iniquity. Garion's mind was very clear as he answered. He knew exactly what he had to say. I can't do that, Relg. I can't punish you, he said gravely, any more than I can forgive you. If you have done things you should not have, that's between you and Ul. If you think you need to be punished, you'll have to do it yourself. I can't. I won't. Relg lifted his stricken face out of the dirt and stared at Garion. Then, with a strangled cry, he lurched to his feet and fled wailing into the darkness. Garion? Aunt Paul's voice rang with that familiar note. I didn't do anything, he protested almost automatically. What did you say to him? Belgariad demanded. He said that he had committed all kinds of sins, Garion explained. He wanted me to punish him and forgive him. So? I couldn't do that, Grandfather. What's so hard about it? Garion stared at him. All you had to do was lie to him a little. That's so difficult. Lie? About something like that? Garion was horrified at the thought. I need him, Garion, and he cannot function if he is incapacitated by some kind of religious hysteria. Use your head, boy. "I can't do it, grandfather," Geryon repeated stubbornly. "It's too important to him for me to cheat him about it." "You had better go and find him, father," Aunt Paul said. Belgariad scowled at Geryon. "You and I are not finished with this yet, boy," he said, pointing an angry finger. Then, muttering irritably to himself, he went in search of Relg. With a cold certainty, Geryon suddenly knew that the journey to Cthol Murgos was going to be very long and uncomfortable. Chapter 20. Though summer that year had lingered in the lowlands and on the plains of Belgariad, autumn was brief. The blizzards and squalls they had encountered in the mountains above Maragor, and again above the peaks of Urgo, had hinted that winter would be early and severe, and there was already a chill to the nights as they rode day after day across the open grassland toward the eastern escarpment. Belgariad had recovered from his momentary fit of anger over Geryon's failure to deal with Relg's attack of guilt, but then, with inescapable logic, he had placed an enormous burden squarely on Geryon's shoulders. "For some reason he trusts you," the old man observed, "so I'm going to leave him entirely in your hands. I don't care what you have to do, but keep him from flying apart again." At first, Relg refused to respond to Geryon's efforts to draw him out. But after a while, one of the waves of panic caused by the thought of the open sky above swept over the zealot, and he began to talk, haltingly at first, but then finally in a great rush. As Geryon had feared, Relg's favorite topic was sin. Geryon was amazed at the simple things that Relg considered sinful. Forgetting to pray before a meal, for example, was a major transgression. As the fanatic's gloomy catalogue of his faults expanded, Geryon began to perceive that most of his sins were sins of thought rather than of action. The one matter that kept cropping up again and again was the question of lustful thoughts about women. To Geryon's intense discomfort, Relg insisted on describing these lustful thoughts extensively. "Women? They are not the same as we are, of course," the zealot confided one afternoon as they rode together. "Their minds and hearts are not drawn to holiness the way ours are, and they set out deliberately to tempt us with their bodies and draw us into sin." "Why do you suppose that is?" Geryon asked carefully. "Their hearts are filled with lust," Relg declared. "They take particular delight in tempting the righteous. I tell you truly, Belgariad, you would not believe the subtlety of the creatures. I have seen the evidence of the wickedness in the soberest of matrons, the wives of some of my most devout followers. They are forever touching, brushing, as if by accident. They take great pains to allow the sleeves of their robes to slip up brazenly to expose their rounded arms, and the hems of their garments always seem to be hitching up to display their ankles." "What if it bothers you? Don't look," Geryon suggested. Relg ignored that. "I have even considered banning them from my presence, but then I thought that it might be better if I kept my eyes on them, so that I could protect my followers from their wickedness. I thought for a time that I should forbid marriage among my followers, but some of the older ones told me that I might lose the young if I did that. I still think it might not be a bad idea." "Wouldn't that sort of eliminate your followers altogether?" Geryon asked him. "I mean, if you kept it up long enough. No marriage, no children. You get my point?"
"That's the part I haven't worked out yet," Relg admitted. And what about the child? The new Gorham? If two people are supposed to get married so they can have a child, that particular special child, and you persuade them not to, aren't you interfering with something that all wants to happen? Relg drew in a sharp breath, as if he had not considered that, and then he groaned. You see, even when I'm trying my very hardest, I always seem to stumble straight into sin. I am cursed, Belgariad, cursed. Why did Ur choose me to reveal the child when I am so corrupt? Garion quickly changed the subject to head off that line of thought. For 9 days they crossed the endless sea of grass toward the eastern escarpment, and for 9 days the others, with a callousness that hurt Garion to the quick, left him trapped in the company of the ranting zealot. He grew sulky and frequently cast reproachful glances at them, but they ignored him. Near the eastern edge of the plain, they crested a long hill and stared for the first time at the immense wall of the eastern escarpment, a sheer basalt cliff rising fully a mile above the rubble at its base, and stretching off into the distance in either direction. Impossible, Barak stated flatly. We will never be able to climb that.
Oh, we won't have to, Silk told him confidently. I know a trail.
A secret trail, I suppose?
Not exactly a secret, Silk replied. I don't imagine too many people know about it, but it's right out in plain sight, if you know where to look. I had occasion to leave Mishrak Cthol in a hurry once, and I stumbled across it.
One gets the feeling that you have had an occasion to leave just about every place in a hurry at one time or another.
Silk shrugged. Knowing when it is time to run is one of the most important things people in my profession ever learn.
Will the river ahead not prove a barrier? Mandaralan asked, looking at the sparkling surface of the Alder River lying between them and the grim black cliff. He was running his fingertips lightly over his side, testing for tender spots.
Mandaralan, stop that, Aunt Paul told him. They will never heal if you keep poking at them.
Methinks, my lady, that they are nearly whole again, the knight replied. Only one still causes me any discomfort.
Well, leave it alone.
There's a ford a few miles upstream, Belgariad said in answer to the question. The river's down at this time of year, so we won't have any difficulty crossing.
He started out again, leading them down the gradual slope toward the Aldur. They forded late that afternoon and pitched their tents on the far side. The next morning they moved out to the foot of the escarpment. The trail is just a few miles south, Silk told them, leading the way along the looming black cliff. Do we have to go up along the face of it? Garion asked apprehensively, craning his neck to look up at the towering wall. Silk shook his head. The trail is a stream bed. It cuts down through the cliff. It is a little steep and narrow, but it will get us safely to the top. Garion found that encouraging. The trail appeared to be little more than a crack in the stupendous cliff, and a trickle of water ran out of the opening to disappear into the jumble of rocky debris along the base of the escarpment.
Are you sure it goes all the way to the top? Barak asked, eyeing the narrow chimney suspiciously.
Trust me, Silk assured him.
Not if I could help it.
The trail was awfully steep and strewn with rock. At times it was so narrow that the pack-horses had to be unloaded before they could make it through, and they had to be literally manhandled up over basalt boulders that had fractured into squares almost like huge steps. The trickle of water running down the cut made everything slick and muddy. To make matters even worse, thin, high clouds swept in from the west,
and a bitterly cold draught spilled down the narrow cut from the arid plains of Cthol, lying high above. It took them 2 days, and by the time they reached the top, a mile or so back from the brink of the escarpment, they were exhausted.
"I feel as if somebody's been beating on me with a stick,"
Barak groaned, sinking to the ground in the brushy gully at the top of the cut.
"A very big, dirty stick."
They all sat on the ground among the prickly thorn bushes, recovering from the dreadful climb. "I'll have a look around," Silk said after only a few moments. The small man had the body of an acrobat, supple and strong, quick to restore itself. He crept up to the rim of the gully, ducking low under the thorn bushes and worming his way the last few feet on his stomach to peer carefully over the top. After several minutes, he gave a low whistle, and they saw him motion sharply for them to join him. Barak groaned again and stood up. Dernick, Mandoralan, and Geryon also got stiffly to their feet.
"See what he wants,"
Belgariad told them.
"I am not ready to start moving around just yet."
The 4 of them started up the slope through the loose gravel toward the spot where Silk lay, peering out from under a thorn bush, crawling the last few feet as he had done.
"What's the trouble?"
Barak asked the little man as they came up beside him. "Company," Silk replied shortly, pointing out over the rocky, arid plain, lying brown and dead under the flat gray sky. A cloud of yellow dust, whipped low to the ground by the stiff, chill wind, gave evidence of riders.
"A patrol?"
Dernick asked in a hushed voice. "I don't think so," Silk answered. "Tulls are not comfortable on horses. They usually patrol on foot." Geryon peered out across that arid waste. "Is that somebody out in front of them?" he asked, pointing at a tiny moving speck, a half-mile or so in front of the riders. "Ah," Silk said, with a peculiar kind of sadness.
"What is it?"
Barak asked.
"Don't keep secrets, Silk. I'm just not in the mood for it."
"They are Grolems," Silk explained. "The one they are chasing is a Tull, trying to escape being sacrificed. It happens rather frequently."
"Should Belgariad be warned?"
Mandoralan suggested. "It is probably not necessary," Silk replied. "The Grolems around here are mostly low-ranking. I doubt that any of them would have any skill at sorcery."
"I'll go tell him anyway,"
Dernick said. He slid back away from the edge of the gully, rose, and went back down to where the old man rested with Aunt Paul and Relg. "As long as we stay out of sight, we'll probably be all right," Silk told them. "It looks as if there are only 3 of them, and they are concentrating on the Tull." The running man had moved closer. He ran with his head down and his arms pumping at his sides.
"What happens if he tries to hide here in the gully?"
Barak asked. Silk shrugged. "The Grolems will follow him."
"We would have to take steps at that point, wouldn't we?"
Silk nodded with a wicked little smirk.
"We could call him, I suppose,"
Barak suggested, loosening his sword in its sheath. "The same thought had just occurred to me." Dernick came back up the slope, his feet crunching in the gravel.
"Wolf says to keep an eye on them," he reported. "But he says not to do anything unless they actually start into the gully."
"Oh, what a shame," Silk sighed regretfully. The running Tull was clearly visible now. He was a thick-bodied man in a rough tunic, belted at the waist. His hair was shaggy and mud-colored. His face was contorted into an expression of brutish panic. He passed the place where they hid, perhaps 30 paces out on the flats, and Geryon could clearly hear his breath whistling in his throat as he pounded past. He was whimpering as he ran, an animal-like sound of absolute despair. "They almost never try to hide. Silk said in a soft voice tinged with pity. All they do is run. He shook his head. They'll overtake him soon, Mandaralan observed. The pursuing Grolams wore black hooded robes and polished steel masks. We had better get down, Barak advised them. They all ducked below the gully rim. A few minutes later, the 3 horses galloped by, their hooves thudding on the hard earth. Well, they'll catch him in a few more minutes, Geryon said. He's running right for the edge. He'll be trapped. I don't think so, Silk replied somberly. A moment later they heard a long, despairing shriek, fading horribly into the gulf below. I more or less expected that, Silk said. Geryon's stomach wrenched at the thought of the dreadful height of the escarpment. They're coming back, Barak warned. Get down. The 3 Grolams rode back along the edge of the gully. One of them said something Geryon could not quite hear, and the other 2 laughed. The world might be a better place with 3 less Grolams in it, Mandaralan suggested in a grim whisper. Attractive thought, Silk agreed. But Belgariad would probably disapprove. I suppose it's better to let them go. We would not want anyone looking for them. Barak looked longingly after the 3 Grolams, then sighed with deep regret. Let's go back down, Silk said. They all turned and crawled back down to the brushy gully. Belgariad looked up as they returned. Are they gone? They are riding off, Silk told him. What was that cry? Relg asked. 3 Grolams chased Cthol off the edge of the escarpment, Silk replied. Why? He had been selected for a certain religious observance, and he did not want to participate. He refused. Relg sounded shocked. He deserved his fate, then. I don't think that you appreciate the nature of Grolam ceremonies, Relg. One must submit to the will of one's god, Relg insisted. There was a sanctimonious note to his voice. Religious obligations are absolute. Silk's eyes glittered as he looked at the Olgo fanatic. How much do you know about the Angarak religion, Relg? I concern myself only with the religion of Olgo. A man ought to know what he is talking about before he makes any judgments. Let it lie, Silk, Aunt Paul told him. I don't think so, Polgra. Not this time. A few facts might be good for our devout friend here. He seems to lack perspective. Silk turned back to Relg. The core of the Angarak religion is a ritual most men find repugnant. Tolls devote their entire lives to avoiding it. That's the central reality of Tullish life. An abominable people. Relg's denunciation was harsh. No. Tulls are stupid, even brutish. But they are hardly abominable. You see, Relg, the ritual we are talking about involves human sacrifice. Relg pulled the veil from his eyes to stare incredulously at the rat-faced little man. Each year, 2,000 Tulls are sacrificed to Torak, Silk went on, his eyes boring into Relg's stunned face. The Grolams permit the substitution of slaves, so Cthol spends his whole life working in order to get enough money to buy a slave to take his place on the altar if he is unlucky enough to be chosen. But slaves die sometimes, or they escape. If Cthol without a slave is chosen, he usually tries to run. Then the Grolams chase him. They've had a lot of practice, so they are very good at it. I have never heard of Cthol actually getting away. It is their duty to submit, Relg maintained stubbornly, though he seemed a bit less sure of himself. How are they sacrificed? Dernick asked in a subdued voice. The Thol's willingness to hurl himself off of the escarpment had obviously shaken him. It is a simple procedure, Silk replied, watching Relg closely. 2 grolums bend the Thol backward, over the altar, and a third cuts out his heart. Then they burn the heart in a little fire. Torak is not interested in the whole Thol. He only wants the heart. Relg flinched at that. Oh, they sacrifice women, too, Silg pressed. But women have a simpler means of escape. The Grolum will not sacrifice a pregnant woman. It confuses their count. So Tholish women try to stay pregnant constantly. That explains why there are so many Thols, and why Tholish women are notorious for their indiscriminate appetite. Monstrous, Relg gasped. Death would be better than such a vile corruption. Death lasts a very long time, Relg. Silk said it with a cold little smile. A little corruption can be forgotten rather quickly, if you put your mind to it. That is particularly true if your life depends on it. Relg's face was troubled as he struggled with the blunt description of the horror of Tholish life. You're a wicked man, he accused Silk, though the voice lacked conviction. Yes, I know, Silk admitted. Relg appealed to Belgariad. Is what he says true? The sorcerer scratched thoughtfully at his beard. He doesn't seem to have left out very much, he replied. The word religion means different things to different people, Relg. It depends on the nature of one's god. You ought to try to get that sorted out in your mind. It might make some of the things that you will have to do a bit easier. I think that we have just about exhausted the possibilities of this conversation, Father, Aunt Paul suggested, and we have a very long way to go. Right, he agreed, getting to his feet. They rode down through the arid jumble of rock and scrubby bushes that spread across the western frontier of the land of the Thols. The continual wind that swept up across the escarpment was bitterly cold, though there were only a few patches of thin snow lying beneath the somber gray sky. Relg's eyes adjusted to the subdued light, and the clouds appeared to quiet the panic the open sky had caused him. But this was obviously a difficult time for him. The world here above ground was alien, and everything he encountered seemed to shatter his preconceptions. It was also a time of personal religious turmoil, and the crisis goaded him into peculiar fluctuations of speech and action. At one moment he would sanctimoniously denounce the sinful wickedness of others, his face set in a stern expression of righteousness, and in the next he would be writhing in an agony of self-loathing, confessing his sin and guilt in an endless, repetitious litany to any who would listen. His pale face and huge dark eyes, framed by the hood of his leaf-mail shirt, contorted in the tumult of his emotions. Once again the others, even, patient, good-hearted Dernick, drew away from him, leaving him entirely to Geryon. Relg stopped often for prayers and obscure little rituals that always seemed to involve a great deal of groveling in the dirt. It's going to take us all a year to get to Rachtal in this rate, Varric rumbled sourly on one such occasion, glaring with open dislike at the ranting fanatic kneeling in the sand beside the trail. We need him, Belgariad replied calmly. And he needs this. We can live with it if we have to. We are getting close to the northern edge of Cthol Murgos, Silk said, pointing ahead at a low range of hills. We won't be able to stop like this once we cross the border. We will have to ride as hard as we can, until we can get to the south caravan route. The Murgos patrol extensively, and they disapprove of side trips. Once we get to the track, we'll be all right, but we don't want to be stopped before we get there."
"Will we not be questioned, even on the caravan route, Prince Keldar? Our company is oddly assorted, and Murgos are suspicious."
"Oh, they'll watch us," Silk admitted, "but they won't interfere, as long as we don't stray from the track. The treaty between Cthol Murgos and Ranborun guarantees freedom of travel along the caravan route, and no Murgo alive would be foolish enough to embarrass his king by violating it. Cthol Murgos is very severe with people who embarrass him." They crossed into Cthol Murgos shortly after noon on a cold, murky day, and immediately pushed into a gallop. After about a league or so, Relg began to pull in his horse.
"Not now, Relg," Belgariad told him sharply. "Later. But Ur is a patient god. He will wait. Keep going."
They galloped on across the high, barren plains toward the caravan route, their cloaks streaming behind them in the biting wind. It was mid-afternoon when they reached the track and reined in. The south caravan route was not precisely a road, but centuries of travel had clearly marked its course. Silk looked around with satisfaction.
"Made it," he said.
"Now we become honest merchants again, and no Murgo in the world is going to interfere with us." He turned his horse eastward then, and led the way with a great show of confidence. He squared his shoulders, seeming to puff himself up with a kind of busy self-importance, and Geryon knew that he was making mental preparations involved in assuming a new role. When they entered the well-guarded pack train of a Tolnedran merchant moving west, Silk had made his transition, and he greeted the merchant with the easy camaraderie of a man of trade. "Good day, Grand High Merchant," he said to the Tolnedran, noting the other's mark of rank. "If you can spare a moment, I thought we might exchange information about the trail. You have come from the east, and I've just come over the route to the west of here. An exchange might prove mutually beneficial."
"It is an excellent idea," the Tolnedran agreed. The Grand High Merchant was a stocky man with a high forehead, and wore a fur-lined cloak pulled tightly about him to ward off the icy wind.
"My name is Ambar," Silk said, "from Cthol." The Tolnedran nodded in polite acknowledgment.
"Calvor," he introduced himself, "of Tolhob." "You have picked a hard season for the journey east, Ambar."
"A necessity," Silk told him. "My funds are limited, and the cost of winter lodgings in Tolhanath would have devoured what little I have."
"The Hunnels are rapacious," Calvor concurred. "Is Ranborun still alive?"
"He was when I left." Calvor made a face.
"And the squabble over the secession goes on?"
Silk laughed. "Oh, yes."
"Is that swine Kedor from Tolvodu still dominant?"
"Kedor fell upon hard times, I understand. I heard that he made an attempt on the life of Princess Zenedra. I imagine that the Emperor is going to take steps to remove him from the race."
"What splendid news,"
Calvor said, his face brightened. "And how is the trail to the east?" Silk asked.
"There is not much now," Calvor told him. "Of course there never is in Cthol Murgos. It's a very dry kingdom. It is cold, though. It is bare in the passes. What about the mountains in eastern Tolnedra?"
"It was snowing when we came through."
"I was afraid of that," Calvor said with a gloomy look.
"You probably should have waited till spring, Calvor. The worst part of the trip is still ahead of you."
"I have to get out of Rakoska,"
Calvor looked around, almost as if expecting to see someone listening. "You're headed toward trouble, Ambar," he said seriously. "Oh?" "This is not the time to go to Ragoska. The Murgos have gone insane there." "Insane?" Silk said with alarm. "There is no other explanation. They're arresting honest merchants on the flimsiest charges you ever heard of, and everyone from the West is followed constantly. It's certainly not the time to take a lady to that place." "My sister," Silk replied, glancing at Aunt Paul. "She's invested in my venture, but she does not trust me. She insisted on coming along to make sure that I don't cheat her." "I'd stay out of Ragoska," Calvor advised. But I am committed now," Silk said helplessly. "I don't have any other choice, do I?" "I'll tell you quite honestly, Ambar. It's as much as a man's life is worth to go to Ragoska just now. A good merchant, I know, was actually accused of violating the women's quarters in a Murgo household." "Well, I suppose that happens sometimes. Murgo women are reputed to be very handsome." "Ambar," Calvor said with a pained expression, "the man was 73 years old." "His sons can be proud of his vitality, then," Silk laughed. "What happened to him?" "He was condemned and impaled," Calvor said with a shudder. "The soldiers rounded us all up and made us watch. It was ghastly." Silk frowned. "There's no chance that the charges were true?" 73 years old, Ambar," Calvor repeated. "The charges are obviously false. If I didn't know better, I guess that Cthol Murgos is trying to drive our Western merchants out of Cthol Murgos. Ragoska simply isn't safe for us anymore." Silk grimaced. "Who can ever say what Cthol Murgos is thinking?" "He profits from every transaction in Ragoska. He would have to be insane to drive us all out deliberately." "I have met Cthol Murgos," Silk said grimly. "Sanity is not one of his major failings." He looked around with a kind of desperation on his face. "Calvor, I have invested everything I own, and everything I can borrow in this venture. If I turn back now, I'll be ruined." "You could turn north after you get through the mountains," Calvor suggested. "Cross the river into Mishrak Cthul and go to Tulmardu." Silk made a face. "I hate dealing with those." "There's another possibility," the Tonedrin said. "You know where the halfway point between Tolhonoth and Ragoska is?" Silk nodded. "There's always been a Murgo resupply station there. Food, spare horses, other necessities. Anyway, since the troubles in Ragoska, a few enterprising Murgos have come out there and are buying a whole caravan. Loads of it, horses and all. Their prices aren't as attractive as the prices in Ragoska, but it's a chance for some profit. And you don't have to put yourself in danger to make it." "But that way you have no goods for the return journey," Silk objected. "Half the profit is lost if you come back with nothing to sell in Tolhonoth." "You'd have your life, Ambar," Calvor said pointedly. He looked around again nervously, as if expecting to be arrested. "I'm not coming back to Cthol Murgos," he declared in a firm voice. "I'm as willing as any man to take the risks for a good profit. But all the gold in the world is not worth another trip to Ragoska." "How far is it to the halfway point?" Silk asked, seemingly troubled. "I've ridden for 3 days since I left there," Calvor replied. Good luck to you, Ambar. Whatever you decide. He gathered up his reins. I want to put a few more leagues behind me, before I stop for the night. There may be snow in the Cthol Mountains, but at least I'll be out of Cthol Murgos and out from under the fist of Taurogos. He nodded briefly and moved off to the west at a fast trot, with his guards and his pack train following after him. Chapter 21. The south caravan route wound through a series of high, arid valleys that ran in a generally east-west direction. The surrounding peaks were high, higher, probably, than the mountains to the west, but their upper slopes were only faintly touched with snow. The clouds overhead turned the sky a dirty slate gray, but what moisture they held did not fall on this desiccated wilderness of sand, rock, and scrubby thorn. Though it did not snow, it was none the less bitterly cold. The wind blew continually, and its edge was like a knife. They rode east, making good time. "Belgariad," Barak said back over his shoulder. "There's a Murgo on that ridgeline ahead, just to the south of the track. I see him. What's he doing? Watching us. He won't do anything as long as we stay on the caravan route."
"They always watch like that," Sulk stated. "The Murgos like to keep a close watch on everybody in their kingdom."
"That tall Nedran, Carvor," Barak said. "Do you think he was exaggerating?"
"No," Belgariad replied. "I'd guess that Taurogos is looking for an excuse to close the caravan route and expel all of the Westerners from Cthol Murgos."
"Why's that?" Dernick asked.
Belgariad shrugged. "The war is coming. Taurogos knows that a good number of the merchants who take this route to Rokgoska are spies. He'll be bringing armies up from the south soon, and he'd like to keep their numbers and movements a secret."
"What manner of army could be gathered from so bleak and uninhabited a realm?" Manderallen asked.
Belgariad looked around at the high, bleak desert. "This is only the little piece of Cthol Murgos that we are permitted to see. It stretches 1,000 leagues or more to the south, and there are cities down there that no Westerner has ever seen. We do not even know their names. Here in the north, the Murgos play a very elaborate game to conceal the real Cthol Murgos."
"Is that thy thought, then, that the war will come soon?"
"Next summer, perhaps. Possibly the summer following."
"Are we going to be ready?"
"We're going to try to be." Aunt Paul made a brief sound of disgust.
"What's wrong?"
Garion asked her quickly.
"Vultures. Filthy brutes," she said.
A dozen heavy-bodied birds were flapping and squawking over something on the ground to one side of the caravan track.
"Now, what they feeding on?"
Dernick asked.
"I haven't seen any animals of any kind since we left the top of the escarpment."
"A horse, probably. Or a man," Sulk said. "There is nothing else up here."
"Would a man be left unburied?"
"Only partially," Sulk told him. "Sometimes certain brigands decide that the pickings along the caravan route might be easy. The Murgos give them plenty of time to realize how wrong they were." Dernick looked at him questioningly. "The Murgos catch them," Sulk explained, "and then they bury them up to the neck and leave them. The vultures have learned that a man in that situation is helpless. Often they get impatient and don't bother to wait for the man to finish dying before they start to eat."
"That's one way to deal with the bandits," Barak said, almost approvingly. "Even a Murgo can have a good idea once in a while."
"Unfortunately, Murgos automatically assume that anyone who is not on the track itself is a bandit." The vultures brazenly continued to feed, refusing to leave their dreadful feast as the party passed no more than 20 yards
from their flapping congregation. Their wings and bodies concealed whatever it was that they were feeding on, a fact for which Geryon was profoundly grateful. Whatever it was, however, was not very large. "We should stay quite close to the track when we stop for the night, then," Dernick said, averting his eyes with a shudder. "That's a very good idea, Dernick," Silk agreed. The information the Tolnedran merchant had given them about the makeshift fair at the halfway point proved to be accurate. On the afternoon of the third day, they came over a rise and saw a cluster of tents surrounding a solid stone building set to one side of the caravan track. The tents looked small in the distance, and they billowed and flapped in the endless wind that swept down the valley. "What do you think?" Silk asked Belgariad.
"It is late," the old man replied. "We're going to have to stop for the night soon anyway. And it would look peculiar if we did not stop."
Silk nodded.
"We're going to have to try to keep Relg out of sight, though. No one's going to believe that we are ordinary merchants if they see an Ulgo with us."
Silk thought a moment. "We'll wrap him in a blanket and tell anybody who asks that he is sick. People stay away from sick men."
Belgariad nodded. "Can you act sick?" he asked Relg.
"I am sick," the Ulgo said, without any attempt at humor. "Is it always this cold up here?" He sneezed then. Aunt Paul pulled her horse over beside his and reached out to put her hand on his forehead.
"Don't touch me!"
Relg cringed away from her hand. "Oh, stop that," she told him. She briefly touched his face and looked at him closely. "He's coming down with a cold, Father. As soon as we get settled, I'll give him something for it. Why didn't you tell me?" she asked the fanatic.
"I will endure what Ul chooses to send me," Relg declared. "It is his punishment for my sins."
"No, it has nothing to do with sin or punishment. It is a cold, nothing more."
"Am I going to die?"
Relg asked. "Oh, of course not. Haven't you had a cold before?"
"No. I have never been sick in my life."
"Oh, you won't be able to say that again," Silk said lightly, pulling a blanket out of one of the packs and handing it over to him. "Wrap this around your shoulders and pull it up over your head. Try to look like you're suffering."
"I am,"
Relg said, starting to cough. "But you have to look like it," Silk told him. "Think about sin. That ought to make you look miserable."
"I think about sin all the time,"
Relg replied, still coughing. "Oh, I know," Silk said. "But try to think about it a little harder." They rode down the hill toward the collection of tents with the dry, icy wind whipping at them as they rode. Very few of the assembled merchants were outside their tents, and those who were moved quickly about their tasks in the biting chill. "We should stop by the resupply station first, I suppose?" Silk suggested, gesturing toward the square stone building squatting among the tents. "That would look more natural. Let me handle things."
"Silk, you mangy Rasnian thief!"
a coarse voice roared from a nearby tent. Silk's eyes widened slightly, and then he grinned. "I seem to recognize the squeals of a certain Nadrek hog." He said it loud enough to be heard by the man in the tent. A rangy Nadrak, in a belted ankle-length black felt overcoat and a snug-fitting fur cap, strode out of the tent. He had coarse black hair and a thin, scraggly beard. But unlike the dead eyes of the Murgos, this Nadrak's eyes were alive with a kind of wary friendship.
"Haven't they caught you yet, Silk?"
he demanded raucously.
"I was sure that by now someone would have peeled off your hide."
"Drunk, as usual, I see." Silk grinned viciously. "How many days has it been this time, Yarblek?"
"Who counts?"
The Nadrak laughed, swaying slightly on his feet.
"What are you doing in Cthol Murgos, Silk? I thought your fat king needed you in Garog Nadrach."
"I was getting to be a little too well known on the streets of Nadrak," Silk replied. "It was getting to the point that people were avoiding me."
"Now, I wonder just why that would be,"
Yarblek retorted with heavy sarcasm.
"You cheat at trade, you switch dice, you make free with other men's wives, and you are a spy. I shouldn't be any reason for men not to admire your good points, whatever they are."
"Your sense of humor is as overpowering as ever, Yarblek."
"It's my only failing,"
the slightly tipsy Nadrak admitted.
"Get down off that horse, Silk. Come inside my tent and we'll get drunk together. Bring your friends."
He lurched back inside the tent. "An old acquaintance," Silk explained quickly, sliding out of his saddle. "Can he be trusted?" Barak asked suspiciously. "Not entirely, but he's all right. He's not a bad fellow, really, for a Nadrak. He will know everything that's going on, and if he's drunk enough, we might be able to get some useful information out of him."
"Get in here, Silk,"
Yarblek roared from inside his gray felt tent.
"Let's see what he has to say,"
Belgariad said. They all dismounted, tied up their horses to a picket line at the side of the Nadrak tent, and then trooped inside. The tent was large, and the floor and walls were covered with thick crimson carpets. An oil lamp hung from the ridgepole, and an iron brazier shimmered out waves of heat. Yarblek was sitting cross-legged on the carpeting at the back of the tent, with a large black keg conveniently beside him.
Come in, he said brusquely. "Close the flap. You're letting out all of the heat."
"This is Yarblek," Silk said by way of introduction. "An adequate merchant, and a notorious drunkard. We have known each other for a very long time now."
"My tent is yours,"
Yarblek hiccuped indifferently.
"It's not much of a tent, but it's yours anyway. There are cups over there, that pile of things by my saddle. Some of them are even clean. Let's all have a drink."
"This is Mistress Paul Yarblek," Silk introduced her.
"Good-looking woman,"
Yarblek observed, looking at her boldly.
"Forgive me for not getting up, mistress, but I feel a bit giddy at the moment. Probably something I ate."
"Of course," she agreed, with a dry little smile. "A man should always be careful about what he puts in his stomach."
"I have made that exact point myself 1,000 times.
He squinted at her as she pulled back her hood and unfastened her cape.
"That's a remarkably handsome woman, Silk," he declared. "I don't suppose that you care to sell her."
"You could not afford me, Yarblek," she told him, without seeming to take the slightest offense. Yarblek stared at her, and then roared with laughter.
"By one-eyed nose, I bet that I couldn't, at that. And you've probably got a dagger somewhere under your clothes, too. You'd slice open my belly if I tried to steal you, wouldn't you?"
"Naturally."
"What a woman!" Yarblek chortled. "Can you dance, too?"
"Like you have never seen before, Yarblek," she replied. "I could turn your bones to water."
Yarblek's eyes burned. "After we all get drunk, maybe you'll dance for us."
We'll see," she said with a hint of promise. Garion was stunned at this uncharacteristic boldness. It was obviously the way Yarblek expected a woman to behave.
But Geryon wondered just when Aunt Paul had learned the customs of the Nadraks so well that she could respond without the slightest hint of embarrassment.
"This is Mr. Wolf," Silk said, indicating Belgariad.
Never mind names.
Yarblek waved his hand.
I just forget them anyway.
He did, however, look rather shrewdly at each of them.
As a matter of fact,
he continued, sounding suddenly not nearly as drunk as he appeared,
it might be just as well if I didn't know your names. What a man doesn't know, he cannot reveal, and you are too well mixed a group to be in stinking Cthol Murgos on honest business. Fetch yourselves cups. This keg is almost full, and I've got another chilling out back of the tent."
At Silk's gesture, they each took a cup from the heap of cookware piled beside a well-worn saddle, and joined Yarblek on the carpet near the keg.
"I would pour for you like a proper host," Yarblek told them, "but I spill too much that way. Dip out your own."
Yarblek's ale was a very dark brown, and had a rich, almost fruity flavor.
"Interesting taste," Barak said politely.
"My brewer chops dried apples into his vats," the Nadrak replied. "It smooths out some of the bite." He turned to Silk. "I thought you didn't like Murgos."
"I don't."
"What are you doing in Cthol Murgos, then?"
Silk shrugged. "Business."
"Whose? Yours or Woldar's?"
Silk winked at him.
"I thought as much. Wish you luck, then. I'd even offer to help, but I'd probably better keep my nose out of it. Murgos distrust us even more than they distrust you Alarms. Not that I really blame them. Any Nadrak worth the name would go 10 leagues out of his way for the chance to cut a Murgos' throat."
"Your affection for your cousins touches my heart," Silk grinned. Yarblek scowled.
"Cousins," he spat. "If it weren't for the Grolums, we would have exterminated this whole cold-blooded race generations ago."
He dipped out another cup of ale, lifted it, and said,
"Confusion to the Murgos."
"I think that we have found something we can drink to together," Barak said with a broad smile. "Confusion to the Murgos."
"And may Tar Ugas grow boils on his behind,"
Yarblek added. He drank deeply, scooped another cupful of ale from the open keg, and drank again.
"I'm a little bit drunk," he admitted.
"We would have never guessed," Aunt Paul told him.
"I like you, girl."
Yarblek grinned at her.
"I wish I could afford to buy you. I don't suppose you would consider running away?"
She sighed a mocking little sigh.
"No,"
she refused.
"I'm afraid not. That gives a woman a bad reputation, you know."
Very true,"
Yarblek agreed owlishly. He shook his head sadly.
"As I was saying," he went on, "I am a little bit drunk. I probably shouldn't say anything about this, but it's not a good time for Westerners to be in Cthol Murgos, Aelorns particularly. I have been hearing some strange things lately. Word has been filtering out of Rakthol that Murgoland is to be purged of outsiders. Tar Ugas wears the crown and plays king in Rakgoska. But the old Grolum at Rakthol has his hand around Tar Ugas' heart. The king of the Murgos knows that one squeeze from Ktuchak will leave his throne empty."
"We met a Tonedran, a few leagues west of here, who said the same sort of thing," Silk said seriously. "He told us that merchants from the west were being arrested all over Rakgoska on false charges."
Yarblek nodded. "That's Only the first step. Murgos are always predictable. They have so little imagination. Cthol Murgos isn't quite ready to offend Ran Barun openly by butchering every western merchant in the kingdom, but it's getting closer. Rakoska is probably a closed city by now. Cthol Murgos is free to turn his attention to the outlands. I'd imagine that's why he's coming here.
He's what?
Silk's face paled visibly.
I thought you knew,
Yarblek told him.
Cthol Murgos is marching toward the frontier, with his army behind him. My guess is he plans to close the border.
How far away is he?
I was told that he was seen this morning not 5 leagues from here. What's wrong?
Cthol Murgos and I have had some serious fallings out, Silk answered quickly, his face filled with consternation. I cannot be here when he arrives. He jumped to his feet.
Where are you going?
Belgariad asked quickly. Someplace safe. I will catch up with you later. He turned then and bolted out of the tent. A moment later they heard the pounding of his horse's hooves.
Do you want me to go with him?
Barak asked Belgariad.
You would never catch him. I wonder what he did to Cthol Murgos,
Yarblek mused. He chuckled then.
It must have been something pretty awful, the way the little thief ran out of here.
Is it safe for him to go away from the caravan track?
Geryon asked it, remembering the vultures at their grisly feast beside the trail.
Don't worry about Silk,
Yarblek replied confidently. From a great distance away, a slow thudding sound began to intrude itself. Yarblek's eyes narrowed with hate.
Looks like Silk left just in time.
The thudding became louder and turned into a hollow, booming sound. Dimly, behind the booming, they could hear a kind of groaning chant of hundreds of voices in a deep minor key.
What's that?
Dernick asked.
Cthol Murgos,
Yarblek answered, then spat.
That's the war song of the king of the Murgos.
War?
Mandaralan demanded sharply.
Now Cthol Murgos is always at war,
Yarblek replied with heavy contempt.
Even when there is not anybody to be at war with. He sleeps in his armor, even in his own palace. It makes him smelly. But all Murgos stink anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference. Maybe I'd better go see what he's up to.
He got heavily to his feet.
Wait here,
he told them.
This is a Nadrak tent, and there are certain courtesies expected between Angaraks. His soldiers won't come in here, so you'll be safe as long as you stay inside.
He lurched toward the door of the tent, an expression of icy hatred on his face. The chanting and the measured drum beats grew louder. Shrill fifes picked up a discordant, almost jigging accompaniment, and then there was a sudden blaring of deep-throated horns.
What do you think, Belgariad? This Yarblek seems like a good enough fellow, but he is still an Angarak. One word from him, and we'll have 100 Murgos in here with us.
He is right, Father,
Aunt Paul agreed.
I know Nadrex well enough to know that Yarblek was not nearly as drunk as he pretended to be.
Belgarath pursed his lips. Maybe it is not too good an idea to gamble all that much on the fact that the Nadrex despise Murgos. We might be doing Yarblek an injustice, but perhaps it might be better just to slip away before Cthol Murgos has time to put guards around the whole place anyway. There's no way of knowing how long he's going to stay here, and once he settles in, we might have trouble leaving. Dernick pulled aside the red carpeting that hung along the back wall, reached down and tugged out several tent pegs. He lifted the canvas. "I think we can crawl out here." "Let's go, then," Belgariad decided. One by one, they rolled out of the tent into the chill wind. "Get the horses," Belgariad said quietly. He looked around, his eyes narrowing. "That gully, over there." He pointed at a wash opening just beyond the last row of tents. "If we keep the tents between us and the main caravan track, we should be able to get into it without being seen. Most likely everybody here is going to be watching the arrival of Cthol Murgos." "Would the Murgo king know thee, Belgariad?" Mandaralan asked. "He might. We have never met, but my description's been noised about in Cthol Murgos for a long time now. It is best not to take any chances." They led their horses along the back of the tents and gained the cover of the gully without incident. "This wash comes down off the back side of that hill there," Beric pointed. "If we follow it, we'll be out of sight all the way, and once we get the hill between us and the camp, we'll be able to ride away without being seen." "It is almost evening now." Belgariad looked up at the lowering sky. "Let's go up a ways and then wait until after dark." They moved on up the gully until they were behind the shoulder of the hill. "Better keep an eye on things," Belgariad said. Beric and Geryon scrambled up out of the gully and moved at a crouch to the top of the hill, where they lay down behind a scrubby bush. "Here they come," Beric muttered. A steady stream of grim-faced Murgo soldiers marched 8 abreast into the makeshift fair to the cadenced beat of great drums. In their midst, astride a black horse and under a flapping black banner, rode Cthol Murgos. He was a tall man with heavy sloping shoulders and an angular, merciless face. The thick links of his mail shirt had been dipped in molten red gold, making it almost appear as if he were covered with blood. A thick metal belt encircled his waist, and the scabbard of the sword he wore on his left hip was jewel-encrusted. A pointed steel helmet sat low over his black eyebrows, and the blood-red crown of Cthol Murgos was riveted to it. A kind of chain-mail hood covered the back and sides of the king's neck and spread out over his shoulders. When he reached the open area, directly in front of the square stone supply post, Cthol Murgos reined in his horse. "Hein!" he commanded. His voice, carried by the icy wind, seemed startlingly close. Geryon squirmed a bit lower under the bush. The Murgo who ran the supply post scurried inside and came back out, carrying a flagon and a metal goblet. Cthol Murgos took the goblet, drank, and then slowly closed his big fist around it, crushing it in his grip. Beric snorted with contempt.
"What was that about?"
Geryon whispered.
"Nobody drinks from a cup once Cthol Murgos has used it," the red-bearded Carrick replied. "If Anheg behaved like that, his warriors would dunk him in the bay at Valalon."
"Have you the names of all foreigners here?"
the king demanded of the Murgo storekeeper, his wind-carried voice distinct in Geryon's ears.
"As you commanded, dear king,"
the storekeeper replied, with an obsequious bow. He drew a roll of parchment out of one sleeve and handed it up to his ruler. Cthol Murgos unrolled the parchment and glanced at it.
"Summon the Nadrak Yarblek." "Let Yarblek of Garag Nadrak approach,"
an officer at the king's side bellowed. Yarblek, his felt overcoat flapping stiffly in the wind, stepped forward.
"Our cousin from the north,"
Cthol Murgos greeted him coldly.
"Your Majesty,"
Yarblek replied with a slight bow.
"It would be well if you departed, Yarblek," the king told him. "My soldiers have certain orders, and some of them fail to recognize a fellow Angarak in their eagerness to obey my commands. I cannot guarantee your safety if you remain, and I would be melancholy if something unpleasant befell you."
Yarblek bowed again.
"My servants and I will leave at once, Your Majesty."
If they are Nadrax, they have our permission to go. All foreigners, however, must remain. You are dismissed, Yarblek."
"I think we got out of that tent just in time," Barak muttered.
Then a man in a rusty mail shirt covered with a greasy brown vest stepped out of the supply post. He was unshaven, and the white of one of his eyes gleamed unwholesomely. "Brill!" Garion exclaimed. Barak's eyes went cflat. Brill bowed to Taurogos with an unexpected grace. "Hail, mighty king," he said. His tone was neutral, carrying neither respect nor fear. "What are you doing here, Kordach?" Taurogos demanded coldly. "I am on my master's business, dread king," Brill replied. "What business would Tuchek have in a place like this?" "Something personal, great king," Brill answered evasively. "I like to keep track of you, and the other Dagashi, Kordach. When did you come back to Cthol Murgos?"
"A few months ago,
mighty arm of Tarak. If I had known you were interested, I would have sent word to you. The people my master wants me to deal with know I'm following them, so my movements aren't secret." Taurogos laughed shortly, a sound without any warmth in it. "You must be getting old, Kodak. Most Dagashi would have finished the business by now."
"These are rather special people," Brill shrugged.
"It shouldn't take me much longer, however. The game is nearly over. Incidentally, great king, I have a gift for you." He snapped his fingers sharply, and 2 of his henchmen came out of the building, dragging a 3rd man between them. There was blood on the front of the captive's tunic, and his head hung down, as if he were only semi-conscious. Barak's breath hissed between his teeth.
"I thought you might like a bit of sport," Brill suggested.
"I am the king of Cthol Murgos, Kodak," Taurogos replied coldly.
"I am not amused by your attitude.
And I am not in the habit of doing chores for the Dagashi. If you want him dead, kill him yourself."
"This would hardly be a chore, Your Majesty," Brill said with an evil grin.
"The man's an old friend of yours." He reached out roughly, grasping the prisoner's hair and jerking his head up for the king to see his face. It was Silk. His face was pale, and a deep cut on one side of his forehead trickled blood down the side of his face.
"Behold,
the Trasnian spy, Keldar," Brill smirked.
"I make a gift of him to Your Majesty."
Taurogos began to smile then, his eyes lighting with a dreadful pleasure. "Splendid. You have the gratitude of your king, Kordach. Your gift is beyond price." His smile grew broader. "Greetings, Prince Keldar," he said, almost purring. "I have been waiting for the chance to see you again for a long time now. We have many old scores to settle, don't we?" Silk seemed to stare back at the Murgo king, but Garion could not be sure if he were conscious enough even to comprehend what was happening to him. "Abide here a bit, Prince of Trasnia," Taurogos gloated. "I will want to give some special thought to your final entertainment, and I will want to be sure that you are fully awake to appreciate it. You deserve something exquisite, I think. Probably lingering. And I certainly would not want to disappoint you by rushing into it."
Chapter 22.
Barak and Geryon slid back down into the gully, with the gravel rattling down the steep bank around them.
"They have got silk,"
Barak reported quietly.
"Brill is there. It looks as if he and his men caught silk while he was trying to leave. They've turned him over to Cthol Murgos."
Belgariad stood up slowly, a sick look on his face.
"Is he?"
He broke off.
"No,"
Barak answered.
"He's still alive. It looks as if they roughed him up a little, but he seemed to be all right."
Belgariad let out a long, slow breath.
"That's something, anyway." "Cthol Murgos seemed to know him," Barak continued. "It sounded as if silk had done something that offended the king pretty seriously. And Cthol Murgos looks like the kind of a man who holds grudges." "Are they holding him someplace where we can get to him?" Dernick asked. "We couldn't tell," Geryon answered. "They all talked for a while, and then several soldiers took him around behind that building down there. We couldn't see where they took him." "The Murgo who runs the place said something about a pit."
"We have to do something, Father."
"I know, Paul, I know. We'll come up with something." He turned toward Barak again. "How many soldiers did Cthol Murgos bring with him?" "A couple of regiments, at least. They are all over the place down there."
"We could translocate him, Father," and Paul suggested.
"That's a long way to lift something, Paul. Besides, we'd have to know exactly where he's been being held."
"I'll find that out." She reached up to unfasten her cloak.
"You'd better wait until after dark," he told her. "There are not many owls in Cthol Murgos, and you would attract attention in the daylight. Did Cthol Murgos have any Grolums with him?" he asked Geryon.
"I think I saw a couple."
"That's going to complicate things. Translocation makes an awful noise. We'll have Cthol Murgos right on our heels when we leave."
"Do you have any other ideas, Father?"
"Let me work on it. At any rate, we can't do anything until it gets dark."
A low whistle came from some distance down the gully.
"Who's that?"
Barak's hand went to his sword.
"Ho! Elons!"
It was a hoarse whisper.
"Methinks it is the Nadrak Yarblek," Mandaralan said.
"How did he know we were here?" Barak demanded. There was the crunching sound of footsteps in the gravel, and Yarblek came around a bend in the gully. His fur cap was low over his face, and the collar of his felt overcoat was pulled up around his ears.
"There you are," he said, sounding relieved.
"Are you alone?" Barak's voice was heavy with suspicion.
"Of course I'm alone," Yarblek snorted. "I told my servants to go on ahead. You certainly left in a hurry."
"We didn't feel like staying to greet Cthol Murgos," Barak replied.
"It's probably just as well. I'd have had a great deal of trouble getting you out of that mess back there. The Murgo soldiers inspected every one of my people to be sure they were all Nadrak before they had let me leave. Cthol Murgos has silk."
"We know. How did you find us?"
"You left the pegs pulled up at the back of my tent, and this hill is the closest cover on this side of the fair. I guessed which way you would go, and you left a track here and there to confirm it."
The Nadrak's coarse face was serious, and he showed no signs of his extended bout at the ale barrel.
"We're going to have to get out of here. Cthol Murgos will be putting out patrols soon, and you are almost in his lap."
"We must rescue our companion first," Mandaralan told him.
"Silk? You had better forget that. I'm afraid my old friend has switched his last pair of dice. I liked him, too."
"He's not dead yet, is he?" Dernick's voice was almost sick.
"No, not yet. But Cthol Murgos plans to correct that when the sun comes up in the morning. I could not even get close enough to the pit to drop a dagger to him so he could open a vein. I am afraid his last morning is going to be a bad one."
"Why are you trying to help us?" Beric asked bluntly.
"You will have to excuse him, Yarblek. He is not familiar with Nadrak custom." She turned to Beric. "He invited you into his tent and offered you his ale. That makes you the same as his brother until sunrise tomorrow."
Yarblek smiled briefly at her.
"You seem to know us quite well, girl. I never got to see you dance, did I?"
"Perhaps another time."
Perhaps so."
He squatted and pulled a curved dagger from beneath his overcoat. He smoothed a patch of sand with his other hand and began sketching rapidly with his dagger point.
"The Murgos are going to watch me, so I can't add half a dozen or so more people to my party without having them all over me. I think the best thing would be for you to wait here until dark. I will move out to the east and stop a league or so on the caravan track. As soon as it gets dark, you can slip around and catch up with me. We'll work something out after that."
"Why did Cthol Murgos tell you to leave?"
Yarblek looked grim.
"There's going to be a large accident tomorrow. Cthol Murgos will immediately send an apology to Ran Barun. Something about inexperienced troops chasing a band of brigands and mistaking honest merchants for bandits. He will offer to pay reparation, and things will be all smoothed over. Pay is a magic word when you are dealing with the Tonedrins."
"He's going to massacre this whole camp?"
Beric sounded stunned. "That is his plan. He wants to clean all of the Westerners out of Cthol Murgos, and he seems to think that a few accidents will do the job for him."
Relg had been standing to one side, his large eyes lost in thought. Suddenly he stepped across the gully to where Yarblek's sketch was. He smoothed it out of the sand.
"Can you show me exactly where this pit in which they are holding our friend is located?" "It won't do you any good. It is guarded by a dozen men. Silka's got quite a reputation, and Cthol Murgos does not want him to get away."
"Just show me," Relg insisted.
Yarblek shrugged. "We are here on the north side." He roughed in the fair and the caravan route. "The supply station is here." He pointed with his dagger. "The pit is just beyond it at the base of that big hill on the south side." "What kind of walls does it have?" "Solid stone."
"Is it a natural fissure in the rock, or has it been dug out?"
"What difference can it make?"
"I need to know."
"I didn't see any tool marks, and the opening at the top is irregular. It is probably just a natural hole."
Relg nodded. "And the hill behind it, is it rock or dirt?"
"Mostly rock. All of stinking Cthol Murgos is mostly rock."
Relg stood up. "Thank you," he said politely.
"You're not going to be able to tunnel through to him, if that is what you're thinking,"
Yarblek said, also standing and brushing the sand off the skirts of his overcoat.
"You don't have the time."
Belgariad's eyes were narrowed with thought.
"Thanks, Yarblek. You have been a good friend." Anything to irritate the Murgos," the Nadrak said. "I wish I could do something for Silk." "Don't give up on him yet." "There's not much hope, I'm afraid. I had better be going, though. My people will wander off if I am not there to watch them."
"Yarblek," Beric said, holding out his hand. "Someday we will have to get together and finish getting drunk."
Yarblek grinned at him and shook his hand. Then he turned and caught Aunt Paul in a rough embrace.
"If you ever get bored with these Aelorns, girl, my tent flap is always open to you."
I will keep that in mind, Yarblek, she replied demurely.
Luck, Yarblek told them. I'll wait for you until midnight.
Then he turned and strode off down the gully.
That's a good man there, Beric said. I think I could actually get to like him. We must make plans for Prince Keldar's rescue, Mandaralan declared, beginning to take his armor out of the packs strapped to one of the horses. Or else, failing, we must of necessity resort to main force.
You're backsliding again, Mandaralan, Beric said.
That's already been taken care of, Belgariad told them,
and Mandaralan stared at him.
Put your armor away, Mandaralan,
the old man instructed the knight.
You're not going to need it.
Who's going to go get Silk out of there, then? Beric demanded.
I am, Relg answered quietly. How much longer is it going to be before it gets dark? About an hour. Why? I'll need some time to prepare myself.
Have you got a plan, then? Dernick asked.
Relg shrugged. There isn't any need. We'll just circle around until we're behind that hill on the other side of the encampment. I will go get our friend, and then we can leave.
Just like that?
More or less.
Please, excuse me. Relg started to turn away.
Wait a minute.
Shouldn't Mandaralan and I go with you?
You wouldn't be able to follow me, Relg told him.
He walked up the gully a short distance. After a moment, they could hear him muttering his prayers.
Does he think he can pry him out of that pit?
Beric sounded disgusted.
No, Belgariad replied. He's going to go through the hill and carry Silk back out. That's why he was asking Yarblek all of those questions.
He's going to what?
You saw what he did at Prolgu, when he stuck his arm into the wall.
Well, yes, but
it is quite easy for him, Brak.
What about Silk? How's he going to put him through the rock?
I don't really know. He seems quite sure that he can do it, though.
If it doesn't work, Tar Urgas is going to have Silk roasting over a slow fire first thing tomorrow morning. You know that, don't you?
Belgariad nodded somberly.
Beric shook his head. It is unnatural, he grumbled.
Don't let it upset you so much.
The light began to fade, and Relg continued to pray, his voice rising and falling in formal cadence. When it was fully dark, he came back to where the others waited.
I'm ready.
We could leave now?
We'll circle to the west, Belgariad told them. We'll lead the horses and stay under cover as much as we can.
It'll take us a couple of hours, then,
Dernick said. That's all right. It will give the soldiers time to settle down. Paul, see what the Grolums Geryon saw are up to.
She nodded, and Geryon felt the gentle push of her probing mind.
It's all right, Father, she stated after a few moments. They are preoccupied. Tar Urgas has them conducting services for him.
Well, let's go, then, the old man said.
They moved carefully down the gully, leading the horses. The night was murky, and the wind bit at them as they came out from between the protecting gravel banks. The plain to the east of the fair was dotted with 100 fires, whipping in the wind and marking the vast encampment of the army of Tar Urgas. Relg grunted and covered his eyes with his hands.
"What's wrong?"
Geryon asked him.
"The fires. They stab at my eyes."
"Try not to look at them."
"My God has laid a hard burden on me, Belgariad." Relg sniffed then, and wiped at his nose with his sleeve. "I'm not meant to be out in the open like this."
"You had better have Aunt Paul give you something for that cold. It will taste awful, but you will feel better after you drink it."
"Perhaps," Relg said, still shielding his eyes from the dim flicker of the Murgo watchfires.
The hill on the south side of the fair was a low outcropping of granite.
Although aeons of constant wind had covered it for the most part with a thick layer of blown sand and dirt, the rock itself lay solid beneath its covering mantle. They stopped behind it, and Relg began carefully to brush the dirt from a sloping granite face.
"Wouldn't it be closer if you started over there?" Beric asked quietly.
"There's too much dirt," Relg replied.
"Dirt or rock? What is the difference?"
"A great difference that you wouldn't understand."
He leaned forward and put his tongue to the granite face, seeming actually to taste the rock.
"This is going to take a while," he said.
He drew himself up, began to pray, and slowly pushed himself directly into the rock.
Beric shuddered and quickly averted his eyes. "What ails thee, my lord?" Mandaralan asked.
"It makes me cold all over just watching that,"
Beric replied. "Our new friend is perhaps not the best of companions, but if this gift succeeds in freeing Prince Skeldar, I will embrace him gladly and call him brother."
"If it takes him very long, we're going to be awfully close to this spot when morning comes and Tar Urgos finds out that Silk is gone."
"We will just have to wait and see what happens then," Belgarath told them.
The night dragged by interminably. The wind moaned and whistled around the rocks on the flanks of the stony hill, and the sparse thorn bushes rustled stiffly. They waited. A growing fear oppressed Geryon as the hours passed. More and more he became convinced that they had lost Relg as well as Silk. He felt that same sick emptiness he had felt when it had been necessary to leave the wounded Leldorn behind, back in Arindia. He realized, feeling a bit guilty about it, that he had not thought about Leldorin in months. He began to wonder how well the young hothead had recovered from his wound, or even if he had recovered. His thoughts grew bleaker as the minutes crawled. Then, with no warning, with not even a sound, Relg stepped out of the rock face he had entered hours before. Astride his broad back and clinging desperately to him was Silk. The rat-faced little man's eyes were wide with horror, and his hair seemed to be actually standing on end. They all crowded around the two, trying to keep their jubilation quiet, conscious of the fact that they were virtually on top of an army of Murgos.
"I'm sorry it took so long,"
Relg said, jerking his shoulders uncomfortably until Silk finally slid off of his back.
"There's a different kind of rock in the middle of the hill. I had to make certain adjustments."
Silk stood, gasping and shuddering uncontrollably. Finally he turned on Relg. "Don't ever do that to me again," he blurted.
"Not ever." "What's the trouble?"
"I don't want to talk about it."
"I had feared we had lost thee, my friend," Mandaralan said, grasping Silk's hand.
"How did Brill catch you?"
Beric asked. "I was careless. I did not expect him to be here. Ismin threw a net over me as I was galloping through a ravine. My horse fell and broke his neck."
"Herta's not going to like that."
"I will cut the price of the horse out of Brill's skin. Someplace close to the bone, I think."
"Why does Tar Urgos hate you so much?"
Beric asked curiously. "I was in Rakgoska a few years ago. A Tolnedran agent made a few false charges against me. I never found out exactly why. Tar Urgos sent some soldiers to arrest me. I did not particularly feel like being arrested, so I argued with the soldiers a bit. Several of them died during the argument. Those things happen once in a while. Unfortunately, one of the casualties was Tar Urgos's oldest son. The king of the Murgos took it personally. He's very narrow-minded sometimes."
Beric grinned. "He'll be terribly disappointed in the morning when he finds out that you have left."
"Oh, I know," Silk replied. "He'll probably take this part of Cthol Murgos apart, stone by stone, trying to find me."
"I think it is time we left," Belgarath agreed.
"Oh, I thought you'd never get around to that," Silk said.
Chapter 23. They rode hard through the rest of the night and for most of the following day. By evening their horses were stumbling with exhaustion, and Geryon was as numb with weariness as with biting cold.
"We'll have to find shelter of some kind,"
Dernick said as they reined in to look for a place to spend the night. They had moved up out of the series of connecting valleys through which the south caravan route wound, and had entered the ragged, barren wilderness of the mountains of central Cthol Murgos. It had grown steadily colder as they had climbed into the vast jumble of rock and sand, and the endless wind moaned among the treeless crags. Dernick's face was creased with fatigue, and the gritty dust that drove before the wind had settled into the creases, etching them deeper.
"We can't spend the night in the open," he declared. "Not with this wind."
"Go that way,"
Relg said, pointing toward a rock fall on the steep slope they were climbing. His eyes were squinted almost shut, though the sky was still overcast and the fading daylight was pale.
"There's shelter there. A cave."
They had all begun to look at Relg in a somewhat different light since his rescue of Silk. His demonstration that he could, when necessary, take decisive action made him seem less an encumbrance and more like a companion. Belgariad had finally convinced him that he could pray on horseback just as well as he could on his knees, and his frequent devotions no longer interrupted their journey. His praying thus had become less an inconvenience, and more a personal idiosyncrasy, somewhat like Mandaralan's archaic speech or Silk's sardonic witticisms.
"You're sure there's a cave?"
Barak asked him. Relg nodded.
"I could feel it."
They turned and rode toward the rockfall. As they drew closer, Relg's eagerness became more obvious. He pushed his horse into the lead and nudged the tired beast into a trot, then a canter. At the edge of the rock slide, he swung down from his horse, stepped behind a large boulder, and disappeared.
"It looks as if he knew what he was talking about,"
Dernick observed.
"I'll be glad to get out of this wind."
The opening to the cave was narrow, and it took some pushing and dragging to persuade the horses to squeeze through, but once they were inside, the cave widened out into a large, low-ceilinged chamber. Dernick looked around with approval.
"That's a good place."
He unfastened his axe from the back of the saddle.
"You'll need firewood."
"I'll help you," Geryon said. "I'll go too," Silk offered quickly. The little man was looking around at the stone walls and ceiling nervously, and he seemed obviously relieved as soon as the three of them were back outside.
"What's wrong?"
Dernick asked him. "After last night, closed-in places make me a little edgy," Silk replied. "What was it like?" Geryon asked him curiously. "Going through stone, I mean." Silk shuddered. "It was hideous. We actually seeped into the rock. I could feel it sliding through me."
"It got you out, though,"
Dernick reminded him. "I think I'd almost rather have stayed," Silk shuddered again. "Do we have to talk about it?" Firewood was difficult to find on that barren mountainside, and even more difficult to cut. The tough, springy thorn bushes resisted the blows of Dernick's axe tenaciously. After an hour, as darkness began to close in on them, they had gathered only 3 very scanty armloads of wood.
"Did you see anybody?"
Barak asked as they re-entered the cave. "No," Silk replied.
"Cthol Murgos is probably looking for you."
"Oh, I'm sure of it." Silk looked around. "Where is Relg?"
"He went back into the cave to rest his eyes,"
Belgariad told him.
"He found water. Ice, actually. We will have to thaw it before we can water the horses."
Dernick's fire was tiny, and he fed it with twigs and small bits of wood, trying to conserve their meager fuel supply. It proved to be an uncomfortable night. In the morning, Aunt Paul looked critically at Relg. "You don't seem to be coughing any more," she told him. "How do you feel?"
"I'm fine,"
he replied, being careful not to look directly at her. The fact that she was a woman seemed to make him terribly uncomfortable, and he tried to avoid her as much as possible. "What happened to that cold you had?"
"I don't think that it could go through the rock. It was gone when I brought him out of the hillside last night."
She looked at him gravely. "I'd never thought of that," she mused. "No one has ever been able to cure a cold before." "A cold isn't really that serious a thing, Belgara," Silk told her with a pained look. "I'll guarantee you that sliding through rock is never going to be a popular cure." It took them 4 days to cross the mountains to reach the vast basin Belgarath referred to as the wasteland of Murgos, and another half-day to make their way down the steep basalt face to the black sand of the floor.
"What hath caused this huge depression?"
Mandaralan asked, looking around at the barren expanse of scab rock, black sand, and dirty grey salt flats.
"There was an inland sea here once,"
Belgarath replied.
"When Torak cracked the world, the upheaval broke away the eastern edge, and all of the water drained out." "That must have been something to see," Barak said. "We had other things in our minds just then."
"What's that?" Garion asked in alarm, pointing at something sticking out of the sand just ahead of them. The thing had a huge head with a long, sharp-toothed snout. Its eye sockets, as big as buckets, seemed to stare balefully at them.
"I don't think it has a name," Belgarath answered calmly. "They lived in the sea before the water escaped. They have all been dead now for thousands of years."
As they passed the dead sea monster, Garion could see that it was only a skeleton. Its ribs were as big as the rafters of a barn, and its vast bleached skull larger than a horse. The vacant eye sockets watched them as they rode past. Mandaralan, dressed once again in full armor, stared at the skull.
A fearsome beast," he murmured.
"Look at the size of the teeth,"
Barak said in an awed voice.
"It could bite a man in two with one snap."
"That happened a few times,"
Belgarath told him,
"until people learned to avoid this place."
They had moved only a few leagues out into the wasteland when the wind picked up, scouring along the black dunes under the slate-gray sky. The sand began to shift and move, and then, as the wind grew even stronger, it began to whip off the tops of the dunes, stinging their faces.
"We had better take shelter,"
Belgarath shouted over the shrieking wind.
"This sandstorm's going to get worse as we move out farther from the mountains."
"Are there any caves around?"
Dernek asked Relg. Relg shook his head.
"None that we can use. They're all filled with sand."
"Over there,"
Barak pointed at a pile of scab rock rising from the edge of a salt flat.
"If we go to the leeward side, it will keep the wind off of us."
"No," Belgarath shouted. "We have to stay to the windward. The sand will pile up at the back. We could be buried alive."
They reached the rock pile and dismounted. The wind tore at their clothing, and the sand billowed across the wasteland like a vast black cloud.
"This is poor shelter, Belgarath,"
Barak roared, his beard whipping about his shoulders.
"How long is this likely to last?"
"A day. 2 days. Sometimes as long as a week."
Dernek had bent to pick up a piece of broken scab rock. He looked at it carefully, turning it over in his hands.
"It's fractured into square pieces," he said, holding it up. "It'll stack well. We can build a wall to shelter ourselves."
"That will take quite a while,"
Barak objected. "Don't you have something else to do, then?"
By evening, they had the wall up to shoulder height, and by anchoring the tents to the top of it, and higher up on the side of the rock pile, they were able to get in out of the worst of the wind. It was crowded, since they had to shelter the horses as well, but at least it was out of the storm. They huddled in their cramped shelter for 2 days, with the wind shrieking insanely around them, and the taut tent canvas drumming overhead. Then, when the wind finally blew itself out, and the black sand began to settle slowly, the silence seemed almost oppressive. As they emerged, Relg glanced up once, then covered his face and sank to his knees, praying desperately. The clearing sky overhead was a bright, chilly blue. Garion moved over to stand beside the praying fanatic.
"It will be all right, Relg," he told him.
He reached out his hand without thinking.
"Don't touch me,"
Relg said, and continued to pray. Silk stood, beating the dust and sand out of his clothing.
"Do these storms come up often?"
he asked.
"It is the season for them," Belgariad replied.
"Delightful,"
Silk said sourly. Then a deep rumbling sound seemed to come from deep in the earth beneath them, and the ground heaved.
"Earthquake,"
Belgariad warned sharply.
"Get the horses out of there."
Dernick and Barak dashed back inside the shelter and led the horses out from behind the trembling wall and onto the salt flat. After several moments, the heaving subsided.
"It's Tuchek doing that?" Silk demanded. "Is he going to fight us with earthquakes and sandstorms?"
Belgariad shook his head.
"No. Nobody's strong enough to do that. That is what's causing it."
He pointed to the south. Far across the wasteland they could make out a line of dark peaks. A thick plume was rising from one of them, towering into the air, boiling up in great black billows as it rose.
"Volcano," the old man said. "Probably the same one that erupted last summer and dropped all of the ash on Stithy Store."
"A fire mountain?"
Barak rumbled, staring at the great cloud that was growing up out of the mountain top.
"I've never seen one before."
"That's 50 leagues away, Belgariad," Silk stated. "Would it make the earth shake, even here?" The old man nodded.
"The earth is all one piece, Silk. The force that's causing that eruption is enormous. It's bound to cause a few ripples. I think we had better get moving. Murgos patrols will be out looking for us again, now that the sandstorm's blown over." "Which way do we go?" Dernick asked, looking around, trying to get his bearings. "That way."
Belgariad pointed toward the smoking mountain.
"I was afraid you were going to say that,"
Barak grumbled. They rode at a gallop for the rest of the day, pausing only to rest the horses. The dreary wasteland seemed to go on forever. The black sand had shifted and piled into new dunes during the sandstorm, and the thick-crusted salt flats had been scoured by the wind until they were nearly white. They passed a number of the huge bleached skeletons of the sea monsters which had once inhabited this inland sea. The bony shapes appeared almost to be swimming up out of the black sand, and the cold, empty eye sockets seemed somehow hungry as they galloped past them. They stopped for the night beside another shattered outcropping of scab rock. Although the wind had died, it was still bitterly cold, and firewood was scanty. The next morning, as they set out again, Garion began to smell a strange, foul odor. "What is that stink?" he asked.
"The tarn of Cthol," Belgariad replied. "It's all that's left of the sea that used to be here. It would have dried out centuries ago, but it is fed by underground springs."
"It smells like rotten eggs," Barak said.
"There is quite a bit of sulfur in the groundwater around here. I would not drink from the lake."
"I wasn't planning to,"
Barak said, wrinkling his nose. The tarn of Cthol was a vast, shallow pond, filled with oily-looking water that reeked like all of the dead fish in the world. Its surface steamed in the icy air, and the wisps of steam gagged them with a dreadful stink. When they reached the southern tip of the lake, Belgariad signaled for a halt.
"This next stretch is dangerous," he told them soberly. "Do not let your horses wander. Be sure you stay on solid rock. Ground that looks firm quite often won't be, and there are some other things we will need to watch out for. Keep your eyes on me and do what I do. When I stop, you stop. When I run, you run."
He looked thoughtfully at Relg. The Ulgo had bound another cloth across his eyes, partially to keep out the light and partially to hide the expanse of the sky above him.
"I'll lead his horse, grandfather,"
Garion offered. Belgariad nodded.
"It's the only way, I suppose."
He's going to have to get over that eventually, Barak said. Maybe. But this is not the time nor the place for it. Let's go. The old man moved forward at a careful walk. The region ahead of them steamed and smoked as they approached it. They passed a large pool of gray mud that bubbled and fumed, and beyond it a sparkling spring of clear water, boiling merrily and cascading a scalding brook down into the mud. At least it's warmer, Silk observed. Mandaralan's face was steaming perspiration beneath his heavy helmet.
Oh, much warmer,
he agreed. Belgariad had been riding slowly, his head turned slightly as he listened intently.
Stop,
he said sharply. They all reined in. Just ahead of them, another pool suddenly erupted as a dirty gray geyser of liquid mud squirted 30 feet into the air. It continued to spout for several minutes, then gradually subsided.
Now, Belgariad barked, run!
He kicked his horse's flanks, and they galloped past the still heaving surface of the pool, the hooves of their horses splashing in the hot mud that had splattered across the path. When they had passed, the old man slowed again, and once more rode with his ear cocked toward the ground.
What is he listening for?
Barak asked Polgara. The geysers make a certain noise just before they erupt, she answered.
I didn't hear anything.
You don't know what to listen for. Behind them, the mud geyser spouted again. Garyon, Aunt Paul snapped as he turned to look back at the mud plume rising from the pool. Watch where you're going. He jerked his eyes back. The ground ahead of him looked quite ordinary. Back up, she told him. Dernick, get the reins of Relg's horse. Dernick took the reins, and Garyon began to turn his mount. I said to back up. Garyon's horse put one front hoof on the seemingly solid ground, and the hoof sank out of sight. The horse scrambled back and stood trembling as Garyon held him in tightly. Then, carefully, step by step, Garyon backed to the solid rock of the path they had followed. Quicksand, Silk said with a sharp intake of his breath. It is all around us, Aunt Paul agreed. Don't wander off of the path, any of you. Silk stared with a revulsion at the hoofprint of Garyon's horse disappearing on the surface of the quicksand. How deep is it? Deep enough, Aunt Paul replied. They moved on, carefully picking their way through the quagmire and quicksand, stopping often as more geysers, some of mud, some of frothy, boiling water, shot high into the air. By late afternoon, when they reached a low ridge of hard, solid rock beyond the steaming bog, they were all exhausted from the effort of the concentration it had taken to pass through that hideous region. Do we have to go through any more like that? Garyon asked.
No, Belgariad replied. It's just around the southern edges of the tarn. Can one not go around it then? Mandaralan inquired. It is much longer if you do, and the bog helps to discourage pursuit.
What's that? Relg cried suddenly.
What's what?
Barak asked him.
I heard something just ahead. A kind of click, like two pebbles knocking together.
Garyon felt a quick kind of wave against his face, almost like an unseen ripple in the air, and he knew that Aunt Paul was searching ahead of them with her mind. Murgos, she said.
How many?
Belgariad asked her. 6. And a Grolem. They're waiting for us just behind the ridge.
Only 6?
Mandaralan said, sounding a little disappointed. Barak grinned tightly.
Light entertainment.
You're getting to be as bad as he is, Silk told the big Kerech.
Thinkest thou that we might need some plan, my lord? Mandaralan asked Barak.
Not really, Barak replied. Not for just 6. Let's go spring their trap.
The 2 warriors moved into the lead, unobtrusively loosing their swords in their scabbards.
Has the sun gone down yet?
Relg asked Garyon. It's just setting. Relg pulled the binding from around his eyes and tugged down the dark veil. He winced and squinted his large eyes almost shut. You're going to hurt them, Garyon told him.
You ought to leave them covered until it gets dark.
I might need them, Relg said, as they rode up the ridge toward the waiting Murgo ambush. The Murgos gave no warning. They rode out from behind a large pile of black rock and galloped directly at Mandaralan and Barak, their swords swinging. The two warriors, however, were waiting for them, and reacted without that instant of frozen surprise which might have made the attack successful. Mandaralan swept his sword from its sheath, even as he drove his war-horse directly into the mount of one of the charging Murgos. He rose in his stirrups and swung a mighty blow downward, splitting the Murgo's head with his heavy blade. The horse, knocked off of his feet by the impact, fell heavily backward on top of his dying rider. Barak, also charging at the attackers, chopped another Murgo out of the saddle with 3 massive blows, spattering bright red blood on the sand and rock around them. A third Murgo sidestepped Mandaralan's charge and struck at the knight's back, but his blade clanged harmlessly off of the steel armor. The Murgo desperately raised his sword to strike again, but stiffened and slid from his saddle as Silk's skillfully thrown dagger sank into his neck, just below the ear. A dark-robed Grolem in his polished steel mask had stepped out from behind the rocks. Geryon could quite clearly feel the priest's exultation turning to dismay as Barak and Mandaralan systematically chopped his warriors to pieces. The Grolem drew himself up, and Geryon sensed that he was gathering his will to strike. But it was too late. Relg had already closed on him. The zealot's heavy shoulders surged as he grasped the front of the Grolem's robe with his knotted hands. Without apparent effort, he lifted and pushed the man back against the flattened face of a house-sized boulder. At first it appeared that Relg only intended to hold the Grolem pinned against the rock until the others could assist him with the struggling captive. But there was a subtle difference. The set of his shoulders indicated that he had not finished the action he had begun with lifting the man from his feet. The Grolem hammered at Relg's head and shoulders with his fists, but Relg pushed at him inexorably. The rock against which the Grolem was pinned seemed to shimmer slightly around him. "Relg, no!" Silk's cry was strangled. The dark-robed Grolem began to sink into the stone face, his arms flailing wildly as Relg pushed him in with a dreadful slowness. As he went deeper into the rock, the surface closed smoothly over him. Relg continued to push, his arms sliding into the stone as he sank the Grolem deeper and deeper. The priest's 2 protruding hands continued to twitch and writhe, even after the rest of his body had been totally submerged. Then Relg drew his arms out of the stone, leaving the Grolem behind. The 2 hands, sticking out of the rock, opened once in mute supplication, then stiffened into dead claws. Behind him, Geryon could hear the muffled sound of Silk's retching. Barak and Mandaralan had by now engaged 2 of the remaining Murgos, and the sound of clashing sword blades rang in the chill air. The last Murgo, his eyes wide with fright, wheeled his horse and bolted. Without a word, Dernick jerked his axe free of his saddle and galloped after him. Instead of striking the man down, however, Dernick cut across in front of his opponent's horse, turning him, driving him back. The panic-stricken Murgo flailed at his horse's flanks with the flat of his sword, turning away from the grim-faced smith, and plunged at a dead run back up over the ridge, with Dernick close behind him. The last 2 Murgos were down by then, and Barak and Mandaralan, both wild-eyed with the exultation of battle, were looking around for more enemies. "Where's that last one?" Barak demanded.
"Dernick's chasing him," Geryon said.
"We can't let him get away. He'll bring others."
"Dernick's going to take care of it," Belgariad told him.
Barak fretted. "Dernick's a good man, but he's not really a warrior. Maybe I'd better go help him."
From beyond the ridge, there was a sudden scream of horror, then another. The third cut off quite suddenly, and there was silence. After several minutes, Dernick came riding back alone, his face somber.
"What happened? He didn't get away, did he?"
Dernick shook his head.
"I chased him into the bog. He ran into some quicksand." "Why didn't you cut him down with your axe?" "I don't really like hitting people," Dernick replied. Sulk was staring at Dernick, his face still ashen. "So you just chased him into the quicksand, and then stood there and watched him go down? Dernick, that's monstrous." "Dead is dead," Dernick told him, with uncharacteristic bluntness. "When it's over, doesn't really matter how it happened now, does it?" He looked a bit thoughtful. "I am sorry about the horse, though." Chapter 24. The next morning, they followed the ridge line that angled off toward the east. The wintry sky above them was an icy blue, and there was no warmth to the sun. Rugg kept his eyes veiled against the light and muttered prayers as he rode to ward off his panic. Several times they saw dust clouds far out on the desolation of sand and salt flats to the south, but they were unable to determine whether the clouds were caused by Murgo patrols or vagrant wind. About noon, the wind shifted and blew in steadily from the south. A ponderous cloud, black as ink, blotted out the jagged line of peaks lying along the southern horizon. It moved toward them with a kind of ominous inexorability, and flickers of lightning glimmered in its sooty underbelly. "There's a bad storm coming, Belgariad," Barak rumbled, staring at the cloud. Belgariad shook his head. "It's not a storm. It's ashfall. That volcano out there is erupting again, and the wind is blowing the ash this way." Barak made a face and then shrugged. "At least we won't have to worry about being seen once it starts." "The Grolams won't be looking for us with their eyes, Barak," Aunt Paul reminded him. Belgariad scratched at his beard. "We will have to take steps to deal with that, I suppose." "This is a large group to shield, Father," Aunt Paul pointed out, "and that's not even counting the horses." "I think you can manage it, Paul. You were always very good at it." "I can hold up my side as long as you can hold up yours, old wolf." "I am afraid I'm not going to be able to help you, Paul. Tuchik himself is looking for us. I have felt him several times already, and I'm going to have to concentrate on him. If he decides to strike at us, he will come very fast. I'll have to be ready for him, and I cannot do that if I am all tangled up in a shield." "I can't do it alone, Father. Nobody can enclose this many men and horses without help." "Geryon can help you." "Me?" Geryon jerked his eyes off of the looming cloud to stare at his grandfather. "He's never done it before, Father," Aunt Paul pointed out. "He's going to have to learn sometime." "This is hardly the time or place for experimentation." "He will do just fine. Walk him through it a time or two until he gets the hang of it." "Exactly what is that I'm supposed to do?" Geryon asked apprehensively. Aunt Paul gave Belgariad a hard look and then turned to Geryon. "I'll show you, dear. The first thing you have to do is to stay calm. It really isn't all that difficult." "But you just said—" "Never mind what I said, dear. Now just pay attention." "What do you want me to do?" "The first thing is to relax," she replied, "and think about sand and rock. That's all. Just do that first. Concentrate." He thought about sand and rock. "No, Geryon, not white sand. Black sand, like the sand all around us." "Well, you didn't say that." "I didn't think I had to." Belgariad started to laugh. "Do you want to do this, Father?" she demanded crossly. And then she turned back to Geryon. "Do it again, dear. Try to get it right this time." He fixed it in his mind. "That's better," she told him. "Now, as soon as you get sand and rock firmly in your mind, I want you to sort of push the idea in a half circle out from you so that it covers your entire right side. I'll take care of the left." He strained with it. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. "Don't push quite so hard, Geryon. You're wrinkling it, and it's very hard for me to make the seams match when you do that. Just keep it steady and smooth." "I'm sorry." He smoothed it out. "How does it look, Father?" she asked the old man. Garion felt a tentative push against the idea he was holding. "Yeah, not bad at all, Paul. Not bad at all. The boy's got talent."
"Just exactly what are we doing?"
Garion asked. In spite of the chill, he felt sweat standing out on his forehead. "You are making a shield," Belgariad told him. "You enclose yourself in the idea of sand and rock, and it merges with the real sand and rock all around us. When Grolums go looking for things with their minds, they are looking for men and horses. They will sweep right past us, because all they will see here is more sand and more rock."
"That's all there is to it."
Garion was quite pleased with how simple it was.
"There is a bit more, dear," Aunt Paul said. "We're going to extend it now so that it covers all of us. Go out slowly, a few feet at a time."
That was much less simple. He tore the fabric of the idea several times before he got it pushed out as far as Aunt Paul wanted it. He felt a strange merging of his mind with hers along the center of the idea, where the two sides joined.
"I think we've got it now, Father,"
Aunt Paul said. "I told you he could do it, Paul." The purple-black cloud was rolling ominously up the sky toward them, and faint rumbles of thunder growled along its leading edge. "If that ash is anything like what it was in the Issa, we're going to be wandering blind out here, Belgariad," Barak said. "Don't worry about it," the sorcerer replied. "I have got a lock on Cthol. The Grolums are not the only ones who can locate things that way. Let's move out." They started along the ridge again as the cloud blotted out the sky overhead. The thunder shocks were a continuous rumble, and lightning seethed in the boiling cloud. The lightning had an arid, crackling quality about it as the billions of tiny particles seethed and churned, building enormous static discharges. Then the first specks of drifting ash began to settle down through the icy air as Belgariad led them down off of the ridge and out onto the sand flats. By the end of the first hour, Garion found that holding the image in his mind had grown easier. It was no longer necessary to concentrate all of his attention on it, as it had been at first. By the end of the second hour, it had become no more than tedious. To relieve the boredom of it as they rode through the thickening ashfall, he thought about one of the huge skeletons they had passed when they had first entered the wasteland. Painstakingly, he constructed one of them, and placed it in the image he was holding. On the whole, he thought it looked rather good, and it gave him something to do.
"Garion," Aunt Paul said crisply, "please do not try to be creative." "Oh, what?" "Just stick to sand. Oh, the skeleton's very nice, but it looks a bit peculiar with only one side." "One side?" "There wasn't a skeleton on my side of the image, just yours. Now keep it simple, Garion. Don't embellish."
They rode on, their faces muffled to keep the choking ash out of their mouths and noses. Garion felt a tentative push against the image he was holding. It seemed to flutter against his mind, feeling almost like the wriggling touch of the tadpoles he had once caught in the pond at Faldor's farm.
"Hold it steady, Garion," Aunt Paul warned. "That's a Grolum." "Did he see us?" "No. There now, he's moving on."
And the fluttering touch was gone. They spent the night in another of the piles of broken rock that dotted the wasteland. Durnick once again devised a kind of low, hollowed-out shelter of piled rock and anchored down tent cloth. They took a cold supper of bread and dried meat and built no fire. Garion and Aunt Paul took turns holding the image of empty sand over them like an umbrella. He discovered that it was much easier when they were not moving. The ash was still falling the next morning, but the sky was no longer the inky black it had been the day before. "I think it's thinning out, Belgariad," Silk said, as they saddled their horses. "If it blows over, we'll have to start dodging patrols again." The old man nodded. "We'd better hurry," he agreed. "There's a place I know of where we can hide, about 5 miles north of the city. I'd like to get there before this ashfall subsides. You can see for 10 leagues in any direction from the walls of Cthol." "Are the walls so high, then?" Mandaralan asked. "Higher than you can imagine."
Higher even than the walls of Vomimbre. 10 times higher, 50 times higher. You will have to see it to understand.
They rode hard that day. Geryon and Aunt Paul held their shield of thought in place, but the searching touches of the Grollums came more frequently now. Several times the push against Geryon's mind was very strong and came without warning. "They know what we are doing, Father," Aunt Paul told the old man. "They are trying to penetrate the screen."
"Hold it firm," he replied. "You know what to do if one of them breaks through."
She nodded, her face grim. "Warn the boy." She nodded again, then turned to Geryon. "Listen to me carefully, dear," she said gravely. "The Grollums are trying to take us by surprise. The best shield in the world can be penetrated if you hit it quickly enough and hard enough. If one of them does manage to break through, I'm going to tell you to stop. When I say stop, I want you to erase the image immediately and put your mind completely away from it." "I don't understand." "You don't have to. Just do exactly as I say. If I tell you to stop, pull your thoughts out of contact with mine instantly. I'll be doing something that's very dangerous, and I don't want you to get hurt." "Can't I help?" "No, dear. Not this time." They rode on. The ashfall grew even thinner, and the sky overhead turned a hazy yellowish blue. The ball of the sun, pale and round like a full moon, appeared not far above the southwestern horizon. "Geryon, stop!" What came was not a push, but a sharp stab. Geryon gasped and jerked his mind away, throwing the image of sand from him. Aunt Paul stiffened, and her eyes were blazing. Her hand flickered a short gesture, and she spoke a single word. The surge Geryon felt as her will unleashed was overpowering. With a momentary dismay, he realized that his mind was still linked to hers. The merging that had held the image together was too strong, too complete to break. He felt himself drawn with her as their still-joined minds lashed out like a whip. They flashed back along the faint trail of thought that had stabbed at the shield, and found its origin. They touched another mind, a mind filled with the exultation of discovery. Then, sure of her target now, Aunt Paul struck with the full force of her will. The mind they had touched flinched back, trying to break off the contact, but it was too late for that now. Geryon could feel the other mind swelling, expanding unbearably. Then it suddenly burst, exploding into gibbering insanity, shattering as horror upon horror overwhelmed it. There was flight then, blind, shrieking flight across the dark stones of some kind, a flight with a single thought of dreadful final escape. The stones were gone, and there was a terrible sense of falling from some incalculable height. Geryon wrenched his mind away from it. "I told you to get clear," Aunt Paul snapped at him. "I couldn't help it. I couldn't get loose." "What happened?" Silk's face was startled. "A Grollum broke through," she replied. "Did he see us?" "For a moment. It doesn't matter. He is dead now." "You killed him? How?" "He forgot to defend himself. I followed his thought back." "He went crazy," Geryon said in a choked voice, still filled with the horror of the encounter. "He jumped off something very high. He wanted to jump. It was the only way he could escape from what was happening to him."
Geryon felt sick. "It was awfully noisy, Paul," Belgariad said with a pained expression. "You haven't been that clumsy in years."
"I had this passenger." She gave Geryon an icy look. "Well, it wasn't my fault," Geryon protested. "You were holding on so tight that I couldn't break loose. You had us all tied together."
"You do that sometimes, Paul," Belgariad told her. "The contact gets a little too personal, and you seem to want to take up permanent residence. It has to do with love, I imagine." "Do you have any idea what they are talking about?" Barak asked Silk. "I would not even want to guess," he replied. Aunt Paul was looking thoughtfully at Geryon. Perhaps it was my fault," she admitted finally. "You are going to have to let go someday, Paul," Belgariad said gravely.
"Perhaps, but not just yet." You had better put the screen back up, the old man suggested. They know we are out here now. There will be others looking for us.
She nodded. Think about sand again, Geryon. The ash continued to settle as they rode through the afternoon, obscuring less and less with each passing mile. They were able to make out the shapes of the jumbled piles of rock around them, and a few rounded spires of basalt thrusting up out of the sand. As they approached another of the low rock ridges that cut across the wasteland at regular intervals, Geryon saw something dark and enormously high looming in the haze ahead of them.
We can hide here until dark,
Belgariad said, dismounting behind the ridge.
Are we there?
Dernick asked, looking around.
That is Cthol.
The old man pointed at the ominous shadow.
Barak squinted at it. I thought that was just a mountain. It is. Cthol is built on top of it. It's almost like Prolgo then, isn't it? The locations are similar, but Tuchek, the magician, lives here. It makes it quite different from Prolgo.
I thought Tuchek was a sorcerer, Geryon said, puzzled. Why do you keep calling him a magician?
It is a term of contempt, Belgariad replied. It is considered a deadly insult in our particular society.
They picketed their horses among some large rocks on the back side of the ridge and climbed the 40 or so feet to the top, where they took cover to watch and wait for nightfall. As the settling ash thinned even more, the peak began to emerge from the haze. It was not so much a mountain as a rock pinnacle towering up out of the wasteland. Its base, surrounded by a mass of shattered rubble, was fully 5 miles around, and its sides were sheer and black as night.
How high does it reach?
Manderallan asked, his voice dropping almost unconsciously into a half-whisper.
Somewhat more than a mile,
Belgariad replied. A steep causeway rose sharply from the floor of the wasteland to encircle the upper 1,000 or so feet of the Black Tower.
I imagined that took a while to build,
Barak noted.
About 1,000 years, Belgariad answered. While it was under construction, the Murgos bought every slave the nations could put their hands on. A grim business, Manderallan observed. It is a grim place, Belgariad agreed.
As the chill breeze blew off of the last of the haze, the shape of the city perched atop the crag began to emerge. The walls were as black as the sides of the pinnacle, and black turrets jutted out from them, seemingly at random. Dark spires rose within the walls, stabbing up into the evening sky like spears. There was a foreboding, evil air about the black city of the Grolems. It perched, brooding atop its peak, looking out over the savage wasteland of sand, rock, and sulphur-reeking bogs that encircled it. The sun, sinking into the banks of clouds and ash along the jagged western rim of the wasteland, bathed the grim fortress above them in a sooty crimson glow. The walls of Cthol seemed to bleed. It was as if all of the blood that had been spilled on the altars of Torak since the world began had been gathered together to stain the dread city above them, and that all of the oceans of the world would not be enough to wash it clean again. Chapter 25. As the last trace of light slid from the sky, they moved carefully down off of the ridge and crossed the ash-covered sand toward the rock tower looming above them. When they reached the shattered scree at the base, they dismounted, left the horses with Dernick, and climbed up the steeply sloped rubble to the rock face of the basalt pinnacle that blotted out the stars. Although Relg had been shuddering and hiding his eyes a moment before, he moved almost eagerly now. He stopped, and then carefully placed his hands and forehead against the icy rock.
"Well?"
Belgariad asked after a moment, his voice hushed, but carrying a note of dreadful concern.
"Was I right? Are there caves?"
"There are open spaces," Relg replied. "They're a long way inside."
"Can you get to them?"
There's no point. They don't go anywhere. They're just closed-in hollows.
Now what? Sulk asked.
I don't know,
Belgariad admitted, sounding terribly disappointed.
Let's try a little farther around, Rog suggested. I can feel some echoes here. There might be something off in that direction. He pointed.
I want one thing clearly understood right here and now, Sulk announced, planting his feet firmly. I am not going to go through any more rock. If there's going to be any of that, I'll stay behind.
We'll come up with something, Barak told him.
Sulk shook his head stubbornly. No passing through rock, he declared stubbornly. Rog was already moving along the face, his fingers lightly touching the basalt.
It's getting stronger, he told them. It's large and it goes up.
He moved on another 100 yards or so, and they followed, watching him intently.
It's right through here,
he said finally, patting the rock face with one hand.
It might be the one we want. Wait here.
He put his hands against the rock and pushed them slowly into the basalt.
Oh, I can't stand this, Sulk said, turning his back quickly.
Let me know once he's inside. With a kind of dreadful determination, Relg pushed his way into the rock.
Is he gone yet? Sulk asked. He's going in, Barak replied clinically. Only half of him is still sticking out.
Please, Barak, don't tell me about it.
Was it really that bad? The big man asked.
Oh, you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea. The rat-faced man was shivering uncontrollably. They waited in the chill darkness for half an hour or more. Somewhere high above them there was a scream.
What was that cry?
Mandaralan asked.
The Grolums are busy, Belgariad answered grimly. It is the season of the wounding, when the orb burned Torak's hand and face. A large number of sacrifices are called for at this time of year, usually slaves. Torak does not seem to insist on Angarak blood. As long as it is human, it seems to satisfy him.
There was a faint sound of steps somewhere along the cliff, and a few moments later Relg rejoined them.
I found it, he told them. The opening's about a half-mile further along. It is partially blocked.
Does it go all the way up? Belgariad demanded.
Relg shrugged. It goes up. I can't say how far. The only way to find out for sure is to follow it. The whole series of caves is fairly extensive, though.
Do we really have any choice, Father? Aunt Paula asked.
No, I suppose not.
I'll go get Ternik, Sulk said. He turned and disappeared into the darkness. The rest of them followed Relg until they reached a small hole in the rock face just above the tumbled scree.
We'll have to move some of this rubble if we're going to get the animals inside, he told them.
Barak bent and lifted a large stone block. He staggered under its weight and dropped it to one side with a clatter.
Quietly,
Belgariad told him.
Sorry,
Barak mumbled. For the most part, the stones were not large, but there were a great many of them. When Sulk and Dernik joined them, they all fell to clearing the rubble out of the cave mouth. It took them nearly an hour to remove enough rock to make it possible for the horses to squeeze through.
I wish Hetar was here,
Barak grunted, putting his shoulder against the rump of a bulky pack-horse.
Talk to him, Barak, Sulk suggested.
I am talking.
Try it without all of those swear words.
There's going to be some climbing involved,
Relg told them, after they had pushed the last horse inside and stood in the total blackness of the cave.
As nearly as I can tell, the galleries run vertically, so we'll have to climb from level to level.
Mandaralan leaned against one of the walls and his armor clinked.
Belgariad told him, That's not going to work. You wouldn't be able to climb in armor anyway. Leave it here with the horses, Manderallen." The knight sighed and began removing his armor. A faint glow appeared as Relg mixed powders in a wooden bowl from 2 leather pouches he carried inside his mail shirt.
"That's better," Barak approved. "But wouldn't the torch be brighter?"
"Much brighter," Relg agreed. "But then I wouldn't be able to see. This will give you enough light to see where you're going."
"Let's get started then," Belgariad said.
Relg handed the glowing bowl to Barak and turned to lead them up a dark gallery. After they had gone a few 100 yards, they came to a steep slope of rubble, rising up into the darkness.
"I'll look,"
Relg said, and scrambled up the slope out of sight. After a moment or so, they heard a peculiar popping sound, and tiny fragments of rock showered down onto the rubble from above.
"Come up now,"
Relg's voice came to them. Carefully they climbed the rubble until they reached a sheer wall.
"To your right,"
Relg said, still above them.
"You'll find some holes in the rock you can use to climb up."
They found the holes quite round and about 6 inches deep.
"How'd you make these?"
Dernick asked, examining one of the holes.
"It's a bit difficult to explain," Relg replied. "There's a ledge up here. It leads to another gallery."
One by one they climbed the rock face to join Relg on the ledge. As he had told them, the ledge led to a gallery that angled sharply upward. They followed it toward the center of the peak, passing several passageways opening to the sides.
"Shouldn't we see where they go?"
Barak asked after they had passed the 3rd or 4th passageway.
"They don't go any place,"
Relg told him.
"How can you be sure?"
"A gallery that goes someplace feels different. That one we just passed comes to a blank wall about 100 feet in."
Barak grunted dubiously. They came to another sheer face, and Relg stopped to peer up into the blackness.
"How high is it?"
Dernick asked.
30 feet or so. I'll make some holes so we can climb up."
Relg knelt and slowly pushed one hand into the face of the rock. Then he tensed his shoulder and twisted his arm slightly. The rock popped with a sharp little detonation. When Relg pulled his hand out, a shower of fragments came with it. He brushed the rest of the debris out of the hole he had made, stood up and sank his other hand into the rock, about 2 feet above the first.
"Clever,"
Silk admired.
"It's a very old trick,"
Relg told him. They followed Relg up the face and squeezed through a narrow crack at the top. Barak muttered curses as he wriggled through, leaving a fair amount of his skin behind. "How far have we come?" Silk asked. His voice had a certain apprehension in it, and he looked about nervously at the rock which seemed to press in all around them.
"We're about 800 feet above the base of the pinnacle," Relg replied. "We go that way now."
He pointed up another sloping passageway.
"Isn't that back in the direction we just came?" Dernick asked.
"The cave zigzags," Relg told him. "We have to keep following the galleries that lead upward."
"Do they go all the way to the top?"
"They open out somewhere. That's all I can tell for sure at this point."
"What is that?" Silk cried sharply. From somewhere, along one of the dark passageways, a voice floated out at them, singing. There seemed to be a deep sadness in the song, but the echoes made it impossible to pick out the words. About all they could be sure of was the fact that the singer was a woman. After a moment, Belgariad gave a startled exclamation. "What's wrong?" Aunt Paul asked him.
"Merag,"
the old man said. "That's impossible."
"I know the song, Paul. It is a Merag funeral song. Whoever she is, she's very close to dying."
The echoes in the twisting passageways made it very difficult to pinpoint the singer's exact location, but as they moved, the sound seemed to be getting closer. "Down here," Silk said finally, stopping with his head cocked to one side in front of an opening. The singing stopped abruptly. "No closer," the unseen woman warned sharply. "I have a knife."
"We are friends," Dernick called to her. She laughed bitterly at that.
I have no friends. You're not going to take me back. My knife is long enough to reach my heart.
She thinks we're Murgos, Silk whispered. Belgarath raised his voice, speaking in a language Geryon had never heard before. After a moment the woman answered haltingly, as if trying to remember words she had not spoken for years. She thinks it's a trick, the old man told them quietly. She says she's got a knife right against her heart, so we are going to have to be careful. He spoke again into the dark passageway, and the woman answered him. The language they were speaking was liquid and musical. She says she'll let one of us go to her, Belgarath said finally. She still does not trust us.
I'll go,
Aunt Paul told him. Be careful, Paul. She might decide at the last minute to use her knife on you instead of herself.
I can handle it, Father.
Aunt Paul took the light from Barak and moved slowly on down the passageway, speaking calmly as she went. The rest of them stood in the darkness, listening intently to the murmur of voices coming from the passageway as Aunt Paul talked quietly to the Merag woman. "You can come now," she called to them finally, and they went down the passageway toward her voice. The woman was lying beside a small pool of water. She was dressed only in scanty rags, and she was very dirty. Her hair was a lustrous black, but badly tangled, and her face had a resigned, hopeless look on it. She had wide cheekbones, full lips, and huge violet eyes framed with sooty black lashes. The few pitiful rags she wore exposed a great deal of her pale skin. Relg drew in a sharp breath and immediately turned his back.
"Her name is Taiba," Aunt Paul told them quietly. "She escaped from the slave pens under Cthol several days ago."
Belgarath knelt beside the exhausted woman. "You're a Merag, aren't you?" he asked her intently.
"My mother. She told me I was," she confirmed. "She is the one who taught me the old language."
Her dark hair fell across one of her pale cheeks in a shadowy tangle. "Are there any other Merags in the slave pens?"
"A few, I think. It is hard to tell. Most of the other slaves have had their tongues cut out." "She needs food," Aunt Paul said. "Did anyone think to bring anything?" Dernick untied a pouch from his belt and handed it to her. "Some cheese, a bit of dried meat," he said. Aunt Paul opened the pouch. "Have you any idea how your people came to be here?" Belgarath asked the slave woman. "Think now. It could be very important." Taiba shrugged. "We have always been here." She took the food Aunt Paul offered to her and began to eat ravenously. "Not too fast," Aunt Paul warned. "Have you ever heard anything about how Merags wound up in the slave pens of the Murgos?" Belgarath pressed. "My mother told me once that thousands of years ago we lived in a country under the open sky, and that we were not slaves then." "I did not believe her, though," Taiba replied. "It is the sort of story that you would tell to children." "There are some old stories about the Tolnedrin campaign in Meragor, Belgarath," Silk remarked. "Rumors have been floating around for years that some of the Legion commanders sold their prisoners to the Naas enslavers, instead of killing them. It is the sort of thing a Tolnedrin would do." "It's a possibility, I suppose," Belgarath replied, frowning. "Do we have to stay here?" Relg demanded harshly. His back was still turned, and there was a rigidity to it that spoke his outrage loudly. "Why is he angry with me?" Taiba asked, her voice dropping wearily from her lips in scarcely more than a whisper. "Cover your nakedness, woman," Relg told her. "You are an affront to decent eyes." "Is that all?" She laughed, a rich, throaty sound. "These are all the clothes that I have." She looked down at her lush figure. "Besides, there is nothing wrong with my body. It is not deformed or ugly. Why should I hide it?" "Lewd woman," Relg accused her. "If it bothers you so much, don't look," she suggested. "Relg has a certain religious problem," Silk told her dryly. "Oh, do not mention religion,"
she said with a shudder. "You'll see," Rugg snorted. "She is completely depraved." "Not exactly," Belgariad told him. "In Cthol, the word religion means the altar and the knife."
"Garion," Aunt Paul said, "give me your cloak." He unfastened his heavy wool cloak and handed it to her. She started to cover the exhausted slave woman with it, but stopped suddenly and looked closely at her. "Where are your children?" "The Murgos took them," Tiber replied in a dead voice. "They were 2 baby girls, very beautiful, but they are gone now." "We'll get them back for you," Garion promised impulsively. She gave a bitter little laugh. "I don't think so. The Murgos gave them to the Grolums, and the Grolums sacrificed them on the altar of Torak. Tuchek himself held the knife."
Garion felt his blood running cold.
"This cloak is warm," Tiba said gratefully, her hands smoothing the rough cloth. "I have been cold for such a long time."
She sighed with a sort of weary contentment. Belgariad and Aunt Paul were looking at each other across Tiba's body. "I must be doing something right," the old man remarked cryptically after a moment. "To stumble across her like this after all of these years of searching."
"Are you sure that she's the right one, Father?"
"She almost has to be. Everything fits together too well, right down to the last detail." He drew in a deep breath and then let it out explosively. "That's been worrying me for 1,000 years." He suddenly looked enormously pleased with himself. "How did you escape from the slave pens, Tiba?"
"One of the Murgos forgot to lock a door," she replied, her voice drowsy. "After I slipped out, I found this knife. I was going to try to find Tuchek and kill him with it, but I got lost. There are so many caves down here, so many. I wish I could kill him before I die, but I don't suppose there is much hope for that now."
She sighed regretfully.
"I think that I would like to sleep for now. I am so very tired." "Will you be all right here?" Aunt Paul asked her. "We have to leave, but we will be back. Do you need anything?" "A little light, maybe," Tiba sighed. "I have lived in the dark all of my life. I think I'd like it to be light when I die." "Relg," Aunt Paul said, "make her some light."
"We might need it ourselves." His voice was still stiffly offended.
"She needs it more."
"Do it, Relg," Belgariad told the zealot in a firm voice. Relg's face hardened, but he mixed some of the contents of his 2 pouches together on a flat stone and dribbled a bit of water onto the mixture. The pasty substance began to glow.
"Thank you,"
Tiba said simply. Relg refused to answer her, or to even look in her direction. They went back up the passageway, leaving her beside the small pool with her dim little light. She began to sing again, quite softly this time, and in a voice near the edge of sleep. Relg led them through the dark galleries, twisting and changing course frequently, always climbing. Hours dragged by, though time had little meaning in this perpetual darkness. They climbed more of the sheer faces and followed the passageway that wound higher and higher up into the vast rock pillar. Garion lost track of direction as they climbed and found himself wondering if even Relg knew which way he was going. As they rounded another corner in another gallery, a faint breeze seemed to touch their faces. The breeze carried a dreadful odor with it. "What is that stink?" Silk asked, wrinkling his sharp nose.
"The slave pens, most likely," Belgariad replied. "Murgos are lax about sanitation." "The pens are under Cthol, aren't they?"
Barak asked.
Belgariad nodded. "And they open up into the city itself?" "As I remember it, they do." "You have done it, Relg," Barak said, clapping the Ulgo on the shoulder. "Don't touch me,"
Rug told him. Sorry, Rev. The slave pens are going to be guarded, Belgariad told them. We'll want to be very quiet now. They crept on up the passageway, being careful where they put their feet. Garion was not certain at what point the gallery began to show evidence of human construction. Finally, they passed a partially open iron door.
"Is there anybody in there?"
he whispered to Silk. The little man sidled up to the opening, his dagger held low and ready. He glanced in, his head making a quick, darting movement.
"Just some bones,"
he reported somberly. Belgariad signaled for a halt. These lower galleries have probably been abandoned, he told them in a very quiet voice. After the causeway was finished, the Murgos didn't need all of those thousands of slaves. We'll go on up, but be quiet and keep your eyes open.
They padded silently up the gradual incline of the gallery, passing more of the rusting iron doors, all standing partially ajar. At the top of the slope, the gallery turned back sharply on itself, still angling upward. Some words were crudely lettered on the wall in a script Garion could not recognize.
"Grandfather,"
he whispered, pointing at the words. Belgariad glanced at the lettering and grunted.
9th level, he muttered. We are still some distance below the city.
How far do we go before we start running into Murgos?
Barak rumbled, looking around with his hand on his sword hilt.
Belgariad shrugged slightly.
It's hard to say. I'd guess that only the top 2 or 3 levels are occupied.
They followed the gallery upward until it turned sharply, and once again there were words written on the wall in the alien script.
8th level, Belgariad translated. Keep going.
The smell of the slave pens grew stronger as they progressed upward through the succeeding levels.
There's light ahead,
Dernick warned sharply, just before they turned the corner to enter the 4th level.
"Wait here,"
Silk breathed, and melted around the corner, his dagger held close against his leg. The light was dim and seemed to be bobbing slightly, growing gradually brighter as the moments dragged by.
Someone with a torch,
Barak muttered. The torchlight suddenly flickered, throwing gyrating shadows. Then it grew steady, no longer bobbing. After a few moments, Silk came back, carefully wiping his dagger.
"A Murgo," he told them. "I think he was looking for something. The cells up there are still empty."
What did you do with him?
"I dragged him into one of the cells. They won't stumble over him unless they are looking for him."
Relg was carefully veiling his eyes.
Even that little bit of light?
Dernick asked him.
"It is the color of it,"
Relg explained. They rounded the corner into the 4th level and started up again. 100 yards up the gallery, a torch was stuck into a crack in the wall, burning steadily. As they approached it, they could see a long smear of fresh blood on the uneven, littered floor. Belgariad stopped outside of the cell door, scratching at his beard.
What was he wearing?
He asked Silk.
"One of those hooded robes,"
Silk replied.
"Why?"
"Go get it."
Silk looked at him briefly, then nodded. He went back into the cell and came out a moment later, carrying a black Murgo robe. He handed it to the old man. Belgariad held up the robe, looking critically at the long cut running up the back.
"Try not to put such big holes in the rest of them," he told the little man.
Silk grinned at him.
"I'm sorry. I guess I got a bit over-enthusiastic. I will be more careful from now on."
He glanced at Barak.
"Care to join me?"
he invited.
"Naturally. Coming, Mandaralin?"
The knight nodded gravely, loosening his sword in its sheath.
"We'll wait here, then,"
Belgariad told them.
"Be careful, but don't take any longer than you have to."
The 3 men moved stealthily on up the gallery toward the 3rd level.
"Can you guess at the time, Father?"
Aunt Paul asked quietly, after they had disappeared.
"Several hours after midnight."
"Will we have enough time left before dawn?"
"If we hurry."
"Maybe we should wait out the day here, and go up when it gets dark again."
He frowned. "I don't think so, Paul. Tuchik's up to something. He knows I'm coming. I have felt that for the last week. But he has not made a move of his own yet. Let's not give him any more time than we have to."
"He's going to fight you, Father."
"It's long overdue anyway. Tuchik and I have been stepping around each other for thousands of years, because the time was never just exactly right. Now, it's finally come down to this." He looked off into the darkness, his face bleak. "When it starts, I want you to stay out of it, Paul." She looked at the grim-faced old man for a long moment, then nodded.
"Whatever you say, Father," she said.
Chapter 26. The Murgo robe was made of coarse black cloth, and it had a strange emblem woven into the fabric just over Garion's heart. It smelled of smoke and of something else even more unpleasant. There was a small, ragged hole in the robe just under the left armpit, and the cloth around the hole was wet and sticky. Garion's skin cringed away from that wetness. They were moving rapidly up through the galleries of the last 3 levels of the slave pens with the deep cowled hoods of the Murgo robes hiding their faces. Though the galleries were lighted by sooty torches, they encountered no guards, and the slaves locked behind the pitted iron doors made no sound as they passed. Garion could feel the dreadful fear behind those doors. "How do we get up in the city?" Durnick whispered.
"There's a stairway at the upper end of the top gallery," Silk replied softly.
"Is it guarded?"
"Not any more."
An iron-barred gate, chained and locked, blocked the top of the stairway, but Silk bent and drew a slim metal implement from one boot, probed inside the lock for a few seconds, then grunted with satisfaction as the lock clicked open in his hand.
"I will have a look," he whispered, and slipped out.
Beyond the gate, Garion could see the stars, and, outlined against them, the looming buildings of Cthol. A scream agonizing and despairing echoed through the city, followed after a moment by the hollow sound of some unimaginably huge iron gong. Garion shuddered.
A few moments later, Silk slipped back through the gate. "There doesn't seem to be anybody about," he murmured softly. "Which way do we go?"
Belgariad pointed. "That way. We'll go along the wall to the temple."
"The temple?"
Relg asked sharply. "We have to go through it to get to Tuchik," the old man replied. "We're going to have to hurry. Morning is not far off." Cthol was not like other cities. The vast buildings had little of that separateness that they had had in other places. It was as if the Murgos and Grolums who lived here had no sense of personal possession, so their structures lacked that insularity of individual property to be found among the houses in the cities of the West. There were no streets in the ordinary sense of the word, but rather interconnecting courtyards and corridors that passed between and quite often through the buildings. The city seemed deserted as they crept silently through the dark courtyards and shadowy corridors, yet there was a kind of menacing watchfulness about the looming, silent black walls around them. Peculiar-looking turrets jutted from the walls in unexpected places, leaning out over the courtyards, brooding down at them as they passed. Narrow windows stared accusingly at them, and the arched doorways were filled with lurking shadows. An oppressive air of ancient evil lay heavily on Cthol, and the stones themselves seemed almost to gloat as Garion and his friends moved deeper and deeper into the dark maze of the Grolum fortress.
"Are you sure that you know where you're going?"
Barak whispered nervously to Belgariad.
"I have been here before,"
the old man told him quietly.
"I like to keep an eye on Tuchik from time to time. We go up those stairs. They will take us to the top of the city wall."
The stairway was narrow and steep, with massive walls on either side and a vaulted roof overhead. The stone steps were worn by centuries of use. They climbed silently. Another scream echoed through the city, and the huge gong sounded an iron note once more. When they emerged from the stairway, They were atop the outer wall. It was as broad as a highway, and encircled the entire city. A parapet ran along its outer edge, marking the brink of the dreadful precipice that dropped away to the floor of the rocky wasteland a mile or more below. Once they emerged from the shelter of the buildings, the chill air bit at them, and the black flagstones and rough-hewn blocks of the outer parapet glittered with frost in the icy starlight. Belgariad looked out at the open stretch lying along the top of the wall ahead of them, and at the shadowy buildings looming several 100 yards ahead.
"We had better spread out," he whispered. "Too many people in one place attract attention in Cthol. We'll go across here 2 at a time. Walk. Don't run or crouch down. Try to look as if you belong here. Let's go."
He started along the top of the wall with Barak at his side, the two of them walking purposefully, but not appearing to hurry. After a few moments, Aunt Paul and Mandaralan followed. Silk whispered, "Dernig, Geryon and I will go next. You and Relg follow in a minute or so." He peered at Relg's face, shadowed beneath the Murgo hood. "Are you all right?"
"As long as I don't look up at the sky," Relg answered tightly.
His voice sounded as if it were coming from between clenched teeth. "Come along, then, Geryon," Silk murmured. It required every ounce of Geryon's self-control to walk at a normal pace across the frosty stones. It seemed somehow that eyes watched from every shadowy building and tower as he and the little Drasnian crossed the open section atop the wall. The air was a dead calm and bitterly cold, and the stone blocks of the outer parapet were covered with a lacy filigree of rime frost. There was another scream from the temple lying somewhere ahead. The corner of a large tower jutted out at the end of the open stretch of wall, obscuring the walkway beyond. "Wait here a moment," Silk whispered, as they stepped gratefully into its shadow, and he slipped around the jutting corner. Geryon stood in the icy dark, straining his ears for any sound. He glanced once toward the parapet. Far out on the desolate wasteland below, a small fire was burning. It twinkled in the dark like a small red star. He tried to imagine how far away it might be. Then there was a light scraping sound somewhere above him. He spun quickly, his hand going to his sword. A shadowy figure dropped from a ledge on the side of the tower several yards over his head, and landed with cat-like silence on the flagstones directly in front of him. Geryon caught a familiar sour, acid reek of stale perspiration.
"It's been a long time, hasn't it, Geryon?"
Brill said quietly, with an ugly chuckle. "Stay back," Geryon warned, holding his sword with its point low as Barak had taught him.
"I knew that I'd catch you alone someday,"
Brill said, ignoring the sword. He spread his hands wide and crouched slightly, his cast eye gleaming in the starlight. Geryon backed away, waving his sword threateningly. Brill bounded to one side, and Geryon instinctively followed him with the sword point. Then, so fast that Geryon could not follow, Brill dodged back and struck his hand down sharply on the boy's forearm. Geryon's sword skittered away across the icy flagstones. Desperately, Geryon reached for his dagger. Then another shadow flickered in the darkness at the corner of the tower. Brill grunted as a foot caught him solidly in the side. He fell, but rolled quickly across the stones and came back up on his feet, his stance wide and his hands moving slowly in the air in front of him. Silk dropped his Murgo robe behind him, kicked it out of his way, and crouched with his hands also spread wide. Brill grinned.
"I should have known you are around somewhere, Keldar."
"I suppose I should have expected you too, Kordok," Silk replied. "You always seem to show up." Brill flicked a quick hand toward Silk's face, but the little man easily avoided it. "How do you keep getting ahead of us?" he asked almost conversationally. "That's a habit of yours that is starting to irritate Belgariad." He launched a quick kick at Brill's groin, but the cast-eyed man jumped back. Brill laughed shortly.
"You people are too tender-hearted with horses. I've had to ride quite a few of them to death chasing you. How did you get out of that pit?" He sounded interested. "Cthol Murgos was furious the next morning. Oh, what a shame. He had the guards flayed."
"I imagine a Murgo looks a bit peculiar without his skin."
Brill dove forward suddenly, both hands extended, but Silk sidestepped the lunge and smashed his hand sharply down in the middle of Brill's back. Brill grunted again, but rolled clear, farther out on the stones atop the wall.
"You might be just as good as they say," he admitted grudgingly.
"Try me, Cordach," Silk invited with a nasty grin. He moved out from the wall of the tower, his hands in constant motion. Geryon watched the two circling each other with his heart in his mouth. Brill jumped again, with both feet lashing out, but Silk dove under him. They both rolled to their feet again. Silk's left hand flashed out, even as he came to his feet, catching Brill high on the head. Brill reeled from the blow, but managed to kick Silk's knee as he spun away.
"Your technique is defensive, Keldar," he grated,
shaking his head to clear the effects of Silk's blow.
"That is a weakness."
Just a difference of style, Cordach," Silk replied. Brill drove a gouging thumb at Silk's eye, but Silk blocked it and slammed a quick counterblow to the pit of his enemy's stomach. Brill scissored his legs as he fell, sweeping Silk's legs out from under him. Both men tumbled across the frosty stones and sprang to their feet again, their hands flickering blows faster than Geryon's eyes could follow them. The mistake was a simple one, so slight that Geryon could not even be sure it was a mistake. Brill flicked a jab at Silk's face that was an ounce or two harder than it should have been, and traveled no more than a fraction of an inch too far. Silk's hands flashed up and caught his opponent's wrist with a deadly grip, and he rolled backward toward the parapet, his legs coiling, even as the two of them fell. Jerked off balance, Brill seemed almost to dive forward. Silk's legs straightened suddenly, launching the cast-eyed man up and forward with a tremendous heave. With a strangled exclamation, Brill clutched desperately at one of the stone blocks of the parapet as he sailed over, but he was too high, and his momentum was too great. He hurtled over the parapet, plunging out and down into the darkness below the wall. His scream faded horribly as he fell, lost in the sound of yet another shriek from the temple of Torak. Silk rose to his feet, glanced once over the edge, and then came back to where Geryon stood trembling in the shadows by the tower wall.
"Silk!"
Geryon exclaimed, catching the little man's arm in relief.
"What was that?"
Belgariad asked, coming back around the corner.
"Brill,"
Silk replied blandly, pulling his Murgo robe back on.
"Again?"
Belgariad demanded with exasperation.
"What was he doing this time?"
"Trying to fly, last time I saw him,"
Silk smirked. The old man looked puzzled.
"He wasn't doing it very well,"
Silk added. Belgariad shrugged.
"Maybe it'll come to him in time."
"He doesn't really have all that much time."
Silk glanced out over the edge. From far below, terribly far below, there came a faint, muffled crash. Then, after several seconds, another.
"Does bouncing count?"
Silk asked. Belgariad made a wry face.
"Not really."
"Then I'd say that he did not learn in time,"
Silk said blithely. He looked around with a broad smile.
"What a beautiful night this is,"
he remarked to no one in particular.
"Let's move along,"
Belgariad suggested, throwing a quick, nervous glance at the eastern horizon.
"It will start to lighten up over there any time now."
They joined the others in the deep shadows beside the high wall of the temple some 100 yards down the wall, and they waited tensely for Relg and Dernick to catch up.
"What kept you?"
Barak whispered as they waited.
"I met an old friend of ours,"
Silk replied quietly. His grin was a flash of white teeth in the shadows.
"It was Brill,"
Geryon told the rest of them in a hoarse whisper.
"He and Silk fought with each other, and Silk threw him over the edge."
Mandaralan glanced toward the frosty parapet.
"'Tis a goodly way down,"
he observed. "Isn't it, though?" Silk agreed. Barak chuckled and put his big hand wordlessly on Silk's shoulder.
Then Dernick and Relg came along the top of the wall to join them in the shadows.
"We have to go through the temple," Belgariad told them in a quiet voice. "Pull your hoods as far over your faces as you can. Keep your heads down. Stay in a single file and mutter to yourselves as if you were praying. If anybody speaks to us, let me do the talking, and each time the gong sounds, turn toward the altar and bow."
He led them then to a thick door bound with weathered iron straps. He looked back once to be sure they were all in line, then put his hand to the latch and pushed the door open. The inside of the temple glowed with a smoky red light, and a dreadful charnel house reek filled it. The door through which they entered led into a covered balcony that curved around the back of the dome of the temple. A stone balustrade ran along the edge of the balcony, with thick pillars at evenly spaced intervals. The openings between the pillars were draped with the same coarse, heavy cloth from which the Murgo robes were woven. Along the back wall of the balcony were a number of doors, set deep into the stone. Geryon surmised that the balcony was largely used by temple functionaries going to and fro on various errands. As soon as they started along the balcony, Belgariad crossed his hands on his chest and led them at a slow, measured pace, chanting in a deep, loud voice. A scream echoed up from below, piercing, filled with terror and agony. Geryon involuntarily glanced through the parted drapery toward the altar. For the rest of his life, he wished he had not. The circular walls of the temple were constructed of polished black stone, and directly behind the altar was an enormous face forged of steel and buffed to a mirror shine. The face of Torak and the original of the steel masks of the Grolums. The face was beautiful, there was no question of that. Yet there was a kind of brooding evil in it, a cruelty beyond human ability to comprehend the meaning of the word. The temple floor facing the god's image was densely packed with Murgos and Grolum priests, kneeling and chanting an unintelligible rumble in a dozen dialects. The altar stood on a raised dais directly beneath the glittering face of Torak. A smoking brazier on an iron post stood at each front corner of the blood-smeared altar, and a square pit opened in the floor immediately in front of the dais. Ugly red flames licked up out of the pit, and black, oily smoke rolled from it toward the dome high above. A half-dozen Grolums in black robes and steel masks were gathered around the altar, holding the naked body of a slave. The victim was already dead, his chest gaping open like the chest of a butchered hog, and a single Grolum stood in front of the altar, facing the image of Torak with raised hands. In his right he held a long, curved knife, in his left a dripping human heart. "Behold our offering, dragon god of Angarak," he cried in a huge voice, then turned and deposited the heart in one of the smoking braziers. There was a burst of steam and smoke from the brazier, and a hideous sizzle as the heart dropped onto the burning coals. From somewhere beneath the temple floor, the huge iron gong sounded, its vibration shimmering in the air. The assembled Murgos and their Grolum overseers groaned and pressed their faces to the floor. Geryon felt a hand nudge his shoulder. Silk, already turned, was bowing toward the bloody altar. Awkwardly, sickened by the horror below, Geryon also bowed. The 6 Grolums at the altar lifted the lifeless body of the slave almost contemptuously and cast it into the pit before the dais. Flames belched up and sparks rose in the thick smoke as the body fell into the fire below. A dreadful anger welled up in Geryon. Without even thinking, he began to draw in his will, fully intent upon shattering the vile altar and the cruel image hovering above it, into shards and fragments in a single cataclysmic unleashing of naked force. "Belgariad," the voice within his mind said sharply, "do not interfere. This isn't the time." "I can't stand it," Geryon raged silently. "I've got to do something." "You can't. Not now. You will rouse the whole city. Unclench your will, Belgariad." "Do as he says, Geryon," Aunt Paul's voice sounded quietly in his mind. The unspoken recognition passed between Aunt Paul's mind and that strange other mind as Gerion helplessly let the anger and will drain out of him. "This abomination won't stand much longer, Belgariad," the voice assured him. "Even now, the earth gathers to rid itself of it." And then the voice was gone.
"What are you doing up here?"
a harsh voice demanded. Gerion jerked his eyes away from the hideous scene below. A masked and robed Grolem stood in front of Belgariad, blocking their way.
"We are the servants of Torak,"
the old man replied in an accent that perfectly matched the gutturals of Murgos' speech.
"All in Cthol are the servants of Torak,"
the Grolem said.
"You are not attending the ritual of sacrifice. Why?" "We're pilgrims from Rakhaga,"
Belgariad explained.
"Only just arrived in the dread city. We were commanded to present ourselves to the hierarch of Rakhaga in the instant of our arrival. That stern duty prevents our participation in the celebration."
The Grolem grunted suspiciously.
"Could the revered priest of the dragon god direct us to the chambers of our hierarch? We are unfamiliar with the dark temple."
There was another shriek from below. As the iron gong boomed, the Grolem turned and bowed toward the altar. Belgariad gave a quick jerk of his head to the rest of them, turned, and also bowed.
"Go to the last door but one,"
the Grolem instructed, apparently satisfied by their gestures of piety.
"It will lead you down to the halls of the hierarchs."
"We are endlessly grateful to the priest of the dark god," Belgariad thanked him, bowing. They filed past the masked Grolem, their heads down and their hands crossed on their breasts, muttering to themselves, as if in prayer.
"Vile," Relg was strangling. "Obscenity. Abomination."
"Keep your head down," Silk whispered. "There are Grolems all around us."
"This oil gives me strength. I won't rest until Cthol is laid waste,"
Relg vowed in a fervent mutter. Belgariad had reached an ornately carved door near the end of the balcony, and he swung it open cautiously.
"Is the Grolem still watching us?"
he whispered to Silk. The little man glanced back at the priest standing some distance behind them. "Yes. Wait. There he goes. The balcony's clear now." The sorcerer let the door swing shut and stepped instead to the last door on the balcony. He tugged the latch carefully, and the door opened smoothly. He frowned.
"It's always been locked before,"
he muttered.
"Do you think it's a trap?"
Barak rumbled, his hand dipping under the Murgo robe to find his sword hilt.
"It is possible, but we don't have much choice."
Belgariad pulled the door open the rest of the way, and they all slipped through as another shriek came from the altar. The door slowly closed behind them as the gong shuddered the stones of the temple. They started down the worn stone steps beyond the door. The stairway was narrow and poorly lighted, and it went down sharply, curving always to the right. "We are right up against the outer wall, aren't we?" Silk asked, touching the black stones on his left.
Belgariad nodded. "The stairs lead down to Tuchek's private place."
They continued down until the walls on either side changed from blocks to solid stone. "He lives below the city?" Silk asked, surprised.
"Yes," Belgariad replied. "He built himself a sort of hanging turret out from the rock of the peak itself." "Strange idea,"
Dernick said. "Tuchek's a strange sort of person," Aunt Paul told him grimly. Belgariad stopped them.
"The stairs go down about another 100 feet, he whispered. "There will be 2 guards just outside the door to the turret. Not even Tuchek could change that, no matter what he is planning."
"Sorcerers?" Barak asked softly.
"No. The guards are ceremonial more than functional. They are just ordinary Grolems."
"We'll rush them, then."
"That won't be necessary. I can get you close enough to deal with them, but I want it to be quiet and quick."
The old man reached inside his Murgo robe and drew out a roll of parchment bound with a strip of black ribbon. He started down again with Barak and Mandaralan close behind him. The curve of the stairway brought a lighted area into view as they descended. Torches illuminated the bottom of the stone steps and a kind of antechamber hewn from the solid rock. 2 Grolim priests stood in front of a plain black door, their arms folded.
"Who approaches the Holy of Holies?"
one of them demanded, putting his hand to his sword hilt.
"A messenger,"
Belgariad announced importantly.
"I bear a message for the master from the hierarch of Rakloska."
He held the rolled parchment above his head.
"Approach, messenger. Praise the name of the disciple of the dragon god of Angarak,"
Belgariad boomed, as he marched down the steps with Mandaralan and Barak flanking him. He reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped in front of the steel-masked guards.
"Thus have I performed my appointed task,"
he declared, holding out the parchment. One of the guards reached for it, but Barak caught his arm in a huge fist. The big man's other hand closed swiftly about the surprised Grolim's throat. The other guard's hand flashed toward his sword hilt, but he grunted and doubled over sharply as Mandaralan thrust a long, needle-pointed poignard up into his belly. With a kind of deadly concentration, the knight twisted the hilt of the weapon, probing with the point deep inside the Grolim's body. The guard shuddered when the blade reached his heart and collapsed with a long, gurgling sigh. Barak's massive shoulders shifted, and there was a grating crunch as the bones in the first Grolim's neck came apart in his deadly grip. The guard's feet scraped spasmodically on the stone floor, and then he went limp.
"I feel better already,"
Barak muttered, dropping the body.
"You and Mandaralan stay here,"
Belgariad told him.
"I don't want to be disturbed once I'm inside."
"We'll see to it," Barak promised. "What about these?" He pointed at the 2 dead guards.
"Dispose of them, Raug,"
Belgariad said shortly to the Urgo. Silk turned his back quickly as Raug knelt between the 2 bodies and took hold of them, one in each hand. There was a sort of muffled slithering as he pushed down, sinking the bodies into the stone floor.
"You left a foot sticking out,"
Barak observed in a detached tone. "Do you have to talk about it?" Silk demanded. Belgariad took a deep breath and put his hand to the iron door handle.
"All right,"
he said to them quietly.
"Let's go, then."
He pushed open the door. Chapter 27. The wealth of empires lay beyond the black door. Bright yellow coins, gold beyond counting, lay in heaps on the floor. Carelessly scattered among the coins were rings, bracelets, chains, and crowns, gleaming richly. Blood-red bars from the mines of Angarak stood in stacks along the wall, interspersed here and there by open chests filled to overflowing with fist-sized diamonds that glittered like ice. A large table set in the center of the room, littered with rubies, sapphires, and emeralds as big as eggs. Ropes and strings of pearls, pink, rose-gray, and even some of jet, held back the deep crimson drapes that billowed heavily before the windows. Belgariad moved like a stalking animal, showing no sign of his age, his eyes everywhere. He ignored the riches around him and crossed the deep carpeted floor to a room filled with learning, where tightly rolled scrolls lay in racks reaching to the ceiling, and the leather backs of books marched like battalions along dark wooden shelves. The tables in the second room were covered with the curious glass apparatus of chemical experiments and strange machines of brass and iron, all cogs and wheels and pulleys and chains. In yet a third chamber stood a massive gold throne, backed by drapes of black velvet. An ermine cape lay across one arm of the throne, and a scepter with a heavy gold crown lay upon the seat. Inlaid in the polished stones of the floor was a map that depicted, so far as Garion could tell, the entire world.
"What sort of place is this?"
Durnik whispered in awe.
Krutchik amuses himself here. He has many vices, and he likes to keep each one separate,
Aunt Paul replied with an expression of repugnance.
"He's not down here,"
Belgariad muttered. "Let's go up to the next level." He led them back the way they had come and started up a flight of stone steps that curved along the rounded wall of the turret. The room at the top of the stairs was filled with horror. A rack stood in the center of it, and whips and flails hung on the walls. Cruel implements of gleaming steel lay in orderly rows on a table near the wall. Hooks, needle-pointed spikes, dreadful things with saw edges that still had bits of bone and flesh caught between their teeth. The entire room reeked of blood.
"You and Silk go ahead, Father,"
Aunt Paul said.
"There are things in the other rooms on this level that Geryon, Dernek, and Relg should not see."
Belgariad nodded and went through a doorway with Silk behind him. After a few moments they returned by way of another door. Silk's face looked slightly sick.
"He has some rather exotic perversions, doesn't he?"
he remarked with a shudder. Belgariad's face was bleak. "We go up again," he said quietly. "He's on the top level. I thought he might be, but I needed to be sure." They mounted another stairway. As they neared the top, Geryon felt a peculiar tingling glow beginning somewhere deep within him, and a sort of endless singing seemed to draw him on. The mark on the palm of his right hand burned. A black stone altar stood in the first room on the top level of the turret, and the steel image of the face of Turek brooded from the wall behind it. A gleaming knife, its hilt crusted with dried blood, lay on the altar, and the bloodstains had sunk into the very pores of the rock. Belgariad was moving quickly now, his face intent and his stride cat-like. He glanced through one door in the wall beyond the altar, shook his head, and moved on to a closed door in a far wall. He touched his fingers lightly to the wood, then nodded. "He's in here," he murmured with satisfaction. He drew in a deep breath and grinned suddenly. "I have been waiting for this for a very long time."
"Don't dawdle, Father,"
Aunt Paul told him impatiently. Her eyes were steely, and the white lock at her brow glittered like frost. "I want you to stay out of it when we get inside, Paul," he reminded her. "You too, Geryon. This is between Kruchek and me."
"All right, Father,"
Aunt Paul replied. Belgariad put out his hand and opened the door. The room beyond was plain, even bare. The stone floor was uncarpeted, and the round windows looked out into the darkness and were undraped. Simple candles burned in sconces on the walls, and a plain table stood in the center of the room. Seated at the table, with his back to the door, sat a man in a hooded black robe who seemed to be gazing into an iron cask. Geryon felt his entire body throbbing in response to what was in the cask, and the singing in his mind filled him. A little boy, with pale blonde hair, stood in front of the table, and he was also staring at the cask. He wore a smudged linen smock and dirty little shoes. Though his expression seemed devoid of all thought, there was a sweet innocence about him that caught at the heart. His eyes were blue, large, and trusting, and he was quite the most beautiful child Geryon had ever seen.
"What took you so long, Belgariad?"
the man at the table asked, not even bothering to turn around. His voice sounded dusty. He closed the iron box with a faint click.
"I was almost beginning to worry about you."
"A few minor delays, Kruchek," Belgariad replied. "I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long."
"I managed to keep myself occupied. Come in, all of you."
Kruchek turned to look at them. His hair and beard were a yellowed white and were very long. His face was deeply lined, and his eyes glittered in their sockets. It was a face filled with an ancient and profound evil. Cruelty and arrogance had eroded all traces of decency or humanity from it, and a towering egotism had twisted it into a perpetual sneer of contempt for every other living thing. His eyes shifted to Aunt Paul.
"Belgariad,"
he greeted her, with a mocking inclination of his head.
"You are as lovely as ever. Have you come finally, then, to submit yourself to the will of my master?"
His leer was vile.
"No, Tuchik," she replied coldly. "I came to see justice."
"Justice?"
He laughed scornfully.
"There's no such thing, Belgariad. The strong do what they like. The weak submit. My master has taught me that."
"And his maimed face did not teach you otherwise?"
The high priest's face darkened briefly, but he shrugged off his momentary irritation.
"I'd offer you all a place to sit and some refreshment, perhaps,"
he continued in that same dusty voice.
"But you won't be staying that long, I'm afraid."
He glanced at the rest of them, his eyes noting each in turn.
"Your party seems diminished, Belgariad. I hope you haven't lost any of them along the way."
"They are all well, Tuchik. I am certain that they will appreciate your concern, however."
"All?"
Tuchik drawled.
"I see the nimble thief, and the man with 2 lives, and the blind man. But I do not see the others. Where's the dreadful bear, and the knight protector, the horse lord, and the bowman, and the ladies? Where are they, the queen of the world, and the mother of the race that died?"
"All well, Tuchik. All well."
"How extraordinary. I was almost certain that you would have lost 1 or 2 at least by now. I admire your dedication, old man, to keep intact for all of these centuries a prophecy that would have collapsed if one single ancestor had died at the wrong time."
His eyes grew distant momentarily.
"Ah," he said, "I see. You left them below to stand guard. You did not have to do that, Belgariad. I left orders that we were not to be disturbed."
The high priest's eyes stopped then on Gerion's face.
"Belgarian," he said almost politely.
Despite the singing that still thrilled in his veins, Gerion felt a chill as the evil force of the high priest's mind touched him.
"You are younger than I expected."
Gerion stared defiantly at him, gathering his will to ward off any surprise move by the old man at the table.
"Would you pit your will against mine, Belgarian?"
Tuchik seemed amused.
"You burnt Kamdar, but he was a fool. You'll find me a bit more difficult. Tell me, boy, did you enjoy it?"
"No,"
Gerion replied, still holding himself ready.
In time, you will learn to enjoy it," Tuchik said with an evil grin. "Watching your enemy writhe and shriek in your mind's grip is one of the more satisfying rewards of power."
He turned his eyes back to Belgariad.
"And so, you have come at last to destroy me," he said mockingly.
"If it comes down to that, yes. It has been a long time in coming, Tuchik."
"Hasn't it, though? We are very much alike, Belgariad. I have been looking forward to this meeting almost as much as you have. Yes, we are very much alike. Under different circumstances, we might even have been friends."
"I doubt that. I am a simple man, and some of your amusements are a bit sophisticated for my taste."
"Spare me that, please. You know as well as I do that we are both beyond all restriction."
"Perhaps. But I prefer to choose my friends a bit more carefully."
"You are growing tiresome, Belgariad. Tell the others to come up."
Tuchik raised one eyebrow sardonically.
"Don't you want to have them watch while you destroy me? Think of how sweet their admiration will be." They are fine just where they are. Don't be tedious. Surely you are not going to deny me the opportunity to pay homage to the Queen of the world? Tuchik's voice was mocking. I yearn to behold her exquisite perfection before you kill me. I doubt that she would care much for you, Tuchik. I will convey your respects, however. I insist, Belgariad. It is a small request, easily granted. If you don't summon her, I will.
Belgariad's eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly grinned.
So, that's it, he said softly. I wondered why you had gone to all of the trouble to let us get through so easily. It doesn't really matter now, you know, Tuchik almost purred. You have made your last mistake, old man. You have brought her to Cthol, and that's all I really needed. Your prophecy dies here and now, Belgariad, and you with it. I would imagine.
The high priest's eyes flashed triumphantly, and Garion felt the evil force of Tuchik's mind reaching out, searching with a terrible purpose. Belgariad exchanged a quick look with Aunt Paul and slyly winked. Tuchik's eyes widened suddenly as his mind swept through the lower levels of his grim turret and found it empty.
"Where is she?"
he demanded wildly, in a voice that was almost a scream.
"The princess was not able to come with us," Belgariad replied blandly. "She sends her apologies, though."
"You are lying, Belgariad. You would not have dared to leave her behind. There is no place in the world where she would be safe."
"Not even in the caves of Ulgo?"
Tuchik's face blanched.
"Ulgo?"
he gasped.
"Poor old Tuchik," Belgariad said, shaking his head in mock regret. "You are slipping badly, I'm afraid. It wasn't a bad plan you had, but didn't it occur to you to make sure that the princess was actually with us before you let me get this close to you?"
"One of the others will do just as well,"
Tuchik asserted, his eyes blazing with fury.
"No," Belgariad disagreed. "The others are all unassailable. Zenedra's the only vulnerable one, and she is at Prolgo, under the protection of Ul himself. Oh, you can attempt that, if you would like, but I would not really advise it."
"Curse you, Belgariad."
"Why don't you just give me the orb now, Tuchik?" Belgariad suggested. "You know I can take it away from you if I have to."
Tuchik struggled to gain control of himself.
"Let's not be hasty, Belgariad," he said after a moment. "What are we going to gain by destroying each other? We have Thragyaska in our possession. We could divide the world between us." "I don't want half the world, Tuchik." "You want it all for yourself?"
A brief, knowing smile crossed Tuchik's face.
"So did I, at first. But I will settle for half."
"Actually, I don't want any of it."
Tuchik's expression became a bit desperate.
"What do you want, Belgariad?"
"The orb," Belgariad replied inexorably. "Give it to me, Tuchik."
"Why don't we join forces and use the orb to destroy Zadar?"
"Why?"
"You hate him as much as I do. He betrayed your master. He stole Thragyaska from you."
"He betrayed himself, Tuchik. And I think that haunts him sometimes. His plan to steal the orb was clever, though."
Belgariad looked thoughtfully at the little boy standing in front of the table, his large eyes fixed on the iron cask.
"I wonder where he found this child," he mused. "Innocence and purity are not exactly the same thing, of course, but they are very close. It must have cost Zadar a great deal of effort to raise a total innocent. Think of all of the impulses he had to suppress."
"That's why I let him do it," Tuchik said.
The little blond boy, seeming to know that they were discussing him, looked at the two old men, his eyes filled with absolute trust.
The whole point is that I still have Skragyaska, the orb, Kluchik said, leaning back in his chair and laying one hand on the cask. If you try to take it, I will fight you. Neither of us knows for sure how that would turn out. Why take chances?
What good is it doing you? Even if it would submit to you, what then? Would you raise Torak and surrender it to him?
I might think about it. But Torak has been asleep for 5 centuries now, and the world has run fairly well without him. I don't imagine there's all that much point in disturbing him just yet.
Which would leave you in possession of the orb. Kluchik shrugged.
Someone has to have it. Why not me? He was still leaning back in his chair, seeming almost completely at ease. There was no warning movement, or even a flicker of emotion across his face as he struck. It came so quickly that it was not a surge, but a blow. And the sound of it was not the now familiar roaring in the mind, but a thunderclap. Geryon knew that, had it been directed at him, it would have destroyed him. But it was not directed at him. It lashed instead at Belgariad. For a dreadful instant, Geryon saw his grandfather engulfed in a shadow blacker than night itself. Then the shadow shattered like a goblet of delicate crystal, scattering shards of darkness as it blew apart. Now grim-faced, Belgariad still faced his ancient enemy.
"Is that the best you can do, Kluchik?"
he asked, even as his own will struck. A searing blue light suddenly surrounded the golem, closing in upon him, seeming to crush him with its intensity. The stout chair upon which he sat burst into chunks and splinters, as if a sudden vast weight had settled down upon it. Kluchik fell among the fragments of his chair and pushed back the blue incandescence with both hands. He lurched to his feet and answered with flames. For a dreadful instant, Geryon remembered Asherak burning in the wood of the Dryads. But Belgariad brushed the fire away, and, despite his once stated assertion that the will and the word needed no gesture, he raised his hand and smashed at Kluchik with lightning. The sorcerer and the magician faced each other in the center of the room, surrounded by blazing lights and waves of flame and darkness. Geryon's mind grew numb under the repeated detonations of raw energy as the two struggled. He sensed that their battle was only partially visible, and that blows were being struck which he could not see, could not even imagine. The air in the turret room seemed to crackle and hiss. Strange images appeared and vanished, flickering at the extreme limits of visibility. Vast faces, enormous hands, and things Geryon could not name. The turret itself trembled as the two dreadful old men ripped open the fabric of reality itself to grasp weapons of imagination or delusion. Without even thinking, Geryon began to gather his will, drawing his mind into focus. He had to stop it. The edges of the blows were smashing at him and at the others. Beyond thought now, Belgariad and Kluchik, consumed with their hatred for each other, were unleashing forces that could kill them all. "Geryon, stay out of it," Aunt Paul told him in a voice so harsh that he could not believe it was hers. "They are at the limit. If you throw anything else into it, you will destroy them both." She gestured sharply to the others. "Get back, all of you. The air around them is alive." Fearfully, they all backed toward the rear wall of the turret room. The sorcerer and the magician stood no more than a few feet apart now, their eyes blazing and their power surging back and forth in waves. The air sizzled around them, and their robes smoked. Then Geryon's eyes fell upon the little boy. He stood watching with calm, uncomprehending eyes. He neither started nor flinched at the dreadful sounds and sights that crashed around him. Geryon tensed himself to dash forward and yank the child to safety, but at that moment the little boy turned toward the table. Quite calmly, he walked through a sudden wall of green flame that shot up in front of him. Either he did not see the fire, or he did not fear it. He reached the table, stood on his tiptoes, and, raising the lid, he put his hand into the iron cask over which Kluchik had been gloating. He lifted a round, polished gray stone out of the cask. Geryon instantly felt that strange, tingling glow again, so strong now that it was almost overwhelming,
and his ears filled with the haunting song. He heard Aunt Paul gasp. Holding the gray stone in both hands like a ball, the little boy turned and walked directly toward Geryon. His eyes filled with trust, and the expression on his small face confident. The polished stone reflected the flashing lights of the terrible conflict raging in the center of the room, but there was another light within it as well. Deep within it stood an intense azure glow, a light that neither flickered nor changed, a light that grew steadily stronger as the boy approached Geryon. The child stopped and raised the stone in his hands, offering it to Geryon. He smiled and spoke a single word. "Arand?" An instant image filled Geryon's mind, an image of dreadful fear. He knew that he was looking directly into the mind of Tuchek. There was a picture in Tuchek's mind, a picture of Geryon holding the glowing stone in his hand, and that picture terrified the Grolem. Geryon felt waves of fear spilling out toward him, deliberately, and quite slowly. He reached his hand toward the stone the child was offering. The mark on his right palm yearned toward the stone, and the chorus of song in his mind swelled to a mighty crescendo. Even as he stretched out his hand, he felt the sudden, unthinking animal panic in Tuchek. The Grolem's voice was a hoarse shriek. "Be not!" he cried out desperately, directing all of his terrible power at the stone in the little boy's hands. For a shocking instant, a deadly silence filled the turret. Even Belgariad's face, drawn by his terrible struggle, was shocked and unbelieving. The blue glow within the heart of the stone seemed to contract. Then it flared again. Tuchek, his long hair and beard disheveled, stood gaping in wide-eyed and open-mouthed horror. "I didn't mean it," he howled. "I didn't. But a new and even more stupendous force had already entered the round room. The force flashed no light, nor did it push against Geryon's mind. It seemed instead to pull out, drawing at him, as it closed about the horrified Tuchek. The high priest of the Grolems shrieked mindlessly. Then he seemed to expand, then contract, then expand again. Cracks appeared on his face as if he had suddenly solidified into stone, and the stone was disintegrating under the awful force welling up within him. Within those hideous cracks, Geryon saw not flesh and blood and bone, but blazing energy. Tuchek began to glow brighter and brighter. He raised his hands imploringly. "Help me!" he screamed. He shrieked out a long, despairing, "No!" And then, with a shattering sound that was beyond noise, the disciple of Torak exploded into nothingness. Hurled to the floor by that awesome blast, Geryon tumbled against the wall. Without thinking, he caught the little boy, who was flung against him like a rag doll. The round stone clattered as it bounced against the rocks of the wall. Geryon reached out to catch it, but Aunt Paul's hand closed on his wrist. "No," she said. "Do not touch it. It is the orb." Geryon's hand froze. The little boy squirmed out of his grasp and ran after the rolling orb. "Arand!" He laughed triumphantly as he caught it. "What happened?" Silk muttered, struggling to his feet and shaking his head. "Tuchek destroyed himself," Aunt Paul replied, also rising. "He tried to unmake the orb. The Mother of the Gods will not permit unmaking." She looked quickly at Geryon. "Help me with your grandfather." Belgariad had been standing almost in the center of the explosion that had destroyed Tuchek. The blast had thrown him halfway across the room, and he lay in a stunned heap, his eyes glazed and his hair and beard singed. "Get up, father," Aunt Paul said urgently, bending over him. The turret began to shudder, and the basalt pinnacle from which it hung swayed. A vast booming sound echoed up out of the earth. Bits of rock and mortar showered down from the walls of the room as the earth quivered in the aftershock of Tuchek's destruction. In the rooms below, the stout door banged open, and Geryon heard pounding feet.
"Where are you?"
Barak's voice bellowed. "Up here!" Silk shouted down the stairway. Barak and Mandaralan rushed up the stone stairs.
"Get out of here,"
Barak roared at them.
"The turret's starting to break away from the rock." The gimple up there is collapsing. There's a crack 2 feet wide in the ceiling where the turret joins the rock.
Father, Aunt Paul said sharply, you must get up.
Belgariad stared at her uncomprehendingly.
Pick him up,
she snapped at Barak. There was a dreadful tearing sound as the rocks that held the turret against the side of the peak began to rip away under the pressures of the convulsing earth.
There,
Relg said in a ringing voice. He was pointing at the back wall of the turret where the stones were cracking and shattering.
Can you open it? There's a cave beyond.
Aunt Paul looked up quickly, focused her eyes on the wall, and pointed one finger. "Burst!" she commanded. The stone wall blew back into the echoing cave like a wall of straw struck by a hurricane. "It is pulling loose!" Silk yelled, his voice becoming shrill. He pointed as a widening crack between the turret and the solid face of the peak opened further.
"Jump!"
Barak shouted.
"Hurry!"
Silk flung himself across the crack and spun to catch Relg, who had followed him blindly. Dernick and Mandoralen, with Aunt Paul between them, leaped across as the groaning crack yawned wider.
"Go, boy!"
Barak commanded Garion. Carrying the still dazed Belgariad, the big Carrack was lumbering toward the opening. "The child," the voice in Garion's mind crackled, no longer dry or disinterested. "Save the child, or everything that has ever happened is meaningless." Garion gasped, suddenly remembering the little boy. He turned and ran back into the slowly toppling turret. He swept up the boy in his arms and ran toward the hole Aunt Paul had blown in the rock. Barak jumped across, and his feet scrambled for an awful second on the very edge of the far side. Even as he ran, Garion pulled in his strength. At the instant he jumped, he pushed back with every ounce of his will. With the little boy in his arms, he literally flew across the awful gap and crashed directly into Barak's broad back. The little boy in his arms, with the orb of Aldur cradled protectively against his chest, smiled up at him. "Arand?" he asked. Garion turned. The turret was leaning far out from the basalt wall, its supporting stones cracking, ripping away from the sheer face. Ponderously, it toppled outward. And then, with the shards and fragments of the Temple of Torak hurtling past it, it sheared free of the wall and fell into the awful gulf beneath. The floor of the cave they had entered was heaving as the earth shuddered and shock after shock reverberated up through the basalt pinnacle. Huge chunks of the walls of Cthol were ripping free, plunging past the cave mouth, flickering down through the red light of the newly risen sun. "Is everybody here?" Silk demanded, looking quickly around. Then, satisfied that they were all safe, he added, "We had better get back from the opening a bit. This part of the peak does not feel all that stable."
"Do you want to go down now?"
Relg asked Aunt Paul.
"Or do you want to wait until this shaking subsides?" "We had better move," Barak advised. "These caves will be swarming with Murgos as soon as this quake stops."
Aunt Paul glanced at the half-conscious Belgariad, and then seemed to gather herself. "We'll go down," she decided firmly. "We still have to stop to pick up the slave woman."
"She's almost certain to be dead," Relg asserted quickly. "The earthquakes probably brought the roof of that cave down on her."
Aunt Paul's eyes were flinty as she looked him full in the face. No man alive could face that gaze for long. Relg dropped his eyes.
"All right,"
he said sullenly. He turned and led them back into the dark cave, with the earthquake rumbling beneath their feet. Here ends Book 3 of the Belgariad. Book 4, Castle of Wizardry, brings Garion and Senedra to the first realization of their heritage as the prophecy moves them toward its fulfillment, and Garion discovers there are powers more difficult than sorcery.